never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Hundreds of Russian missiles have rained down on Ukrainian territory over the past week, most of them aimed at civilian targets. The United States has promised more weapons to help Ukraine, but the question is, when will they receive them? Ambassador of Ukraine to the United States, Oksana Markarova, stopped by Face the Nation Sunday morning to discuss the matter.
235 days, no limits and no moral restrictions from Russian aggressor. So we should be prepared for everything. And it's actually irrelevant at this point what he says, because this partial mobilization has been a big failure.
Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg on ABC's This Week Sunday morning talking inflation. Buttigieg telling host George Stephanopoulos, though inflation is a problem, Biden's programs to ramp up supply are an excellent recession avoidance strategy.
Demand has come back. Americans have more income because Americans have jobs in this almost historically low level of unemployment. It's been hard for the supply side to keep up.
Big news in California in the search for a suspected serial killer. Police in Stockton announcing an arrest in connection with the murders of 6 men in a string of 6 shootings, the earliest stretching back to last year. The most recent was just last month. Police saying they believe they stopped another killing with yesterday's arrest of 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee, who was taken into custody around 2 a.m. Saturday with a mask around his neck and armed with a firearm. Police saying the suspect was out hunting on a mission to kill. Brownlee was booked on a homicide charge, but he's expected to face more charges as the investigation continues. A young man who went on a shooting spree in North Carolina will be charged as an adult.
Authorities will charge the 15-year-old Raleigh, North Carolina shooting suspect as an adult. Wake County DA Lauren Freeman saying her office has filed petitions to transfer the case to Superior Court. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
President Vladimir Putin's massive military mobilization and escalating talk of nuclear weapons in the protracted Ukraine conflict are rattling many Russians, including urban elites for whom the war had seemed far in the background. Nearly half of Russians say they were alarmed and felt fearful following Mr. Putin's announcement of the draft, while another 13% said they felt anger, according to a poll last month by Levada Center, a non-governmental sociological research organization of 1,631 people over the age of 18 in urban and rural areas of 50 regions. A poll by the State Public Opinion Foundation, published around the same time as the Levada survey, also showed that the prevailing mood among Russians was now one of unease, according to 70% of 1,500 respondents. France on Sunday pledged air defense systems to protect Ukrainian cities against drone strikes, as well as an expanded training program for Ukrainian soldiers, as it seeks to puncture perceptions that French President Emmanuel Macron's government has lagged in supporting Ukraine militarily against the Russian invasion. Much of what the January 6th committee presented Thursday was already known, as the members used the time to sum up their case against former President Donald Trump. The biggest news, of course, was this.
So this afternoon, I am offering this resolution that the committee direct the chairman to issue a subpoena for relevant documents and testimony under oath from Donald John Trump in connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
This is USA Radio News.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, let's get this thing underway. Cue the cameras. Cue the microphone. Here we go. I know, already closing out the weekend. My. They go by so fast. Well, another year older. I don't know about another year wiser, but... And indeed, celebrated the birthday over the weekend, officially the big 5'8". Kind of get to the point where I know folks will say, I'm not really looking forward to birthdays anymore. Getting up there. But had a great weekend. The hibachi was pretty cool. I mean, 58 years old, never did the hibachi thing. I'll do it again. That was neat. Man, you talk about a lot of food, though. Lord have mercy. Trust you had a good weekend. Welcome in, welcome aboard. We'll get the new week started here as we work our way into the 17th day of October for 2022. Another thing I'm not looking forward to is the touch of old man winter that's going to be knocking on the door for many. Hey, even into the deep south. Now, not tonight, but Monday night into Tuesday morning, we've got freeze warnings all the way down to the Tennessee line. Frost advisories into northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia. Those hard freeze warnings. This will be our first freeze warning of the season. We've had a couple of frost advisories. But yes, some really cold air going to come spilling in. They were telling us last week, we would see first shot of cold air coming in out of Canada, then a reinforcing shot of cold air early this week. Now we were talking with Scarecrow there, final hour, Friday morning. And I was trying to get my bearings, what part of Wisconsin he lived in. Kind of like the southwestern portion of the state. I said, you may get home to a bit of a blanket of snowfall. And sure enough, winter-like scenes unfolded. We did a direct transition from fall into winter across portions of Minnesota and Wisconsin Friday morning. A lot of folks waking up to a fresh dose of powder out there. For some, Friday marked the first accumulating snowfall of the year, as some of the coldest air of the season so far sent those temperatures tumbling. Reports of accumulating snow pouring in from much of Minnesota and northwestern Wisconsin as the sun came up Friday morning. In the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul, folks stepped out to a general anywhere from a half an inch to an inch of fresh snow. A bit further to the north, actually about 2 inches of snow up toward Duluth. National Weather Service in Duluth kept a watchful eye in the early hours Friday morning as snow began to accumulate on the grass and unpaved surfaces. And by the time the snow came to an end, the National Weather Service had recorded 1.8 inches of snow. And they built a new office mascot. Great snowman snow out there. The packable kind Friday morning. Elsewhere in the state, traffic cameras showed a generous coating of snow on the grassy shoulders of area highways. Trees kind of glittering with the freshly fallen snow clinging to the leaves and the branches. Roadways were mainly wet. The paved surfaces were still above freezing, so no real chance to accumulate on the highways. But in terms of temperatures, Minneapolis and Duluth are running several degrees above average so far in the month of October. So the soil in the paved areas have thus far been unable to shed that built-up heat. The mid-October snowfall transforming the scenery from fall to winter within a day's time. Now, the meteorologist from the National Weather Service Duluth office, feeling the winter vibes, tweeting out how it's going to be taking hourly snowfall measurements. They had to break out the hot cocoa for the hourly snowfall updates, but yes, it was a beautiful scene Friday morning. Social media folks replying to the National Weather Service office. Good heavens, no! I'm so grateful I'm not living in Minnesota anymore, but it's not unusual to see some accumulating snow this time of year. The Duluth area, for example, typically gets their first measurable snow of the season about October 24th. So, yeah, maybe just running a few days ahead of schedule there. But that was a little taste of old man winter. Now, for the many of us much further to the south, the coldest air of the season has its sights on the south, and near freezing temperatures could set some record lows across a wide swath of the region. AccuWeather's tracking a powerful disturbance as it sweeps through the central and eastern states. And this storm will bring the first snowflakes of the season in parts of the northeast. Now, areas further south, you just get in line for a dose of bitterly cold that some may not be accustomed to so early in the season. A shot of unseasonably cold air is headed for the mid-south early this week. Overnight lows are going to be near to below freezing both Tuesday and Wednesday nights. The period Monday night through Thursday morning looks to be some of the coldest air in the south. I mean, from Nashville, Tennessee to Birmingham, Alabama, you're going to wake up to lows near or just below freezing each morning. Coming up Tuesday, that cold front's going to dive further southward. Cooler weather arriving along much of even the Gulf Coast, from the Florida Panhandle to far eastern portions of Texas. But the most significant blast of chilly Canadian air a bit further inland and away from the warmer waters of the Gulf of Mexico, which is going to kind of temper the extreme chill closer to the coastal areas. But to put it in perspective, many of these places had record high temperatures in the 90s and triple digits just a little over a month ago. Nashville set new daily record highs of 99 and 100 degrees on September 20th and 21st, the latter becoming the city's latest triple-digit high on record for a full 10 days. As this front progresses, the core of this winter-like chill takes a bit further to press further south, places like Jackson, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. But both of those cities will approach your daily record low temperatures, low to mid-30s by Wednesday morning. Now, these freezing temperatures will come at a price. Any late-season crops will indeed risk being damaged, especially in areas where farmers simply not used to having to protect their crops from a freeze. At this point in the year, it's a little bit early in the south. Anyone on the fringes of the freezing temperatures with sensitive outdoor vegetation may want to take precautions, covering the plants or bring them indoors if possible, as this broad disturbance lifts into Canada and the front pushes off the coast. High pressure is going to build into the region. Temperatures will rebound several degrees by, say, Thursday. Highs should be closer to average for many by the time we get to Friday. But between now and then, get ready for a taste of old man winter-like conditions. This is going to be cold enough as a matter of fact, to set off some lake effect snows, accumulating snows, and yes, some may see close to a foot of accumulating lake effect snow with this cold air crossing the very warm waters of the Great Lakes this time of the year. Meanwhile, 17 past the hour, we'll get updates on Florida. Finally getting the bigger picture. We've had enough time now for the farmers to get out and observe some of the fields. How much damage has been done to the citrus crops and other crops in the Sunshine State. Not looking well for many farmers as far as oranges, grapefruits, and other vegetation there. We'll break that down. Of course, we've got the Major League Baseball playoff picture. It's not fully set yet, but we're down to 3 teams that we know are moving on to the Division Series, American League and National League Division Championship Series, not Division, but Championship Series, which will start with the San Diego Padres and the Philadelphia Phillies. That'll actually be Tuesday night. Now you got, let's see, will it be New York or Cleveland? That's the series that is yet to be determined. So the Phillies move on. The Houston Astros move on. The San Diego Padres moving on. The only division series yet to be settled is going to be a winner-takes-all game tonight in New York with the Cleveland Guardians versus the New York Yankees. They are tied 2 games apiece. Whichever of those 2 wins tonight will move on to face the Houston Astros. We will be down to 4 teams left the season, rapidly winding down for Major League Baseball. How about that college football action over the weekend? Tennessee, whoa, what a game. Alabama goes down. They're no longer, they dropped, according to the AP poll, Alabama drops down to number 6. Meanwhile, the Tennessee jumps into the top 4, into the 3rd spot, according, again, to the AP poll. Break down some of the college football action. Of course, it was NFL action Sunday afternoon. Another week in the books. Got one game, of course, Monday Night Football coming up later tonight. We'll get to some of our friends who's checking in out of the box as we get the new week started here. On Monday, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get settled in here. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Hello to Philly Dan. Right out of the box morning. Good morning. Drive safe out there. How about those Philadelphia Phillies? And how about those Eagles? Eagles 6-0. How about that? Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. 52 degrees at the New Jersey-New York state line tonight. That's exactly what we're looking at here. 52 at the airport. Yeah, looks at 54 outside the secret bunker here. But what a change 24 hours from now. Probably going to be a good 15, 20 degrees cooler as that cold air comes sweeping through. Good morning to Robert. Hello, Mr. Sommers. Gerald, feeling a bit better. Still got the cough. I finally go to see my doctor tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully get something to kick this sucker. Other than that, I'm ready to rock with the overnight drive. Morning to Tank. Hello, Steve. Happy Monday. A nice 70 degrees here in Memphis, Tennessee tonight. Getting ready to head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. 5-7, copy the mail. There you go. Good morning, Steve. Kevin the Cat. It's rare that I make this kind of comment, but for those who pray, please say a small prayer for my mother and grandmother. My grandmother had a stroke this past morning. All right, prayers for your grandmother there, Matthew. Happy Monday, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, fellow night owls. Rockpick is on board with 50 degrees in Rochester, New York. Hey, Steve, we share a birthday, October 15. So let's see. His birthday's 1957, 65 this year. Anyway, hope you had a great weekend. Indeed, we did. Thank you so much. Thank you to the truckers, those who brought my cake for the birthday. Well, happy birthday, Rockpick. Hope you had a good weekend. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Once again, happy birthday. 36 degrees, dropping like a rock in Ellsworth, Iowa tonight. A huge corn patch shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Iowa. Didn't hear from Monkey Gouger all week last week. Maybe we'll hear from him this week. He used to complain about me having that, he called it the Johnny Carson contract. Monkey Gouger taking more time off than anyone I know these days. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Another week, another dollar. There's Kevin on board. Elvota Christian, 37 degrees, even some snow showers just south of La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's the milkman here hauling that moo juice this morning. Port Huron, Michigan, 45 degrees. There's our Canadian Terry on board. Happy belated birthday, Steve. Everybody be safe. Table Scraps checks in. Happy birthday, old man. Thank you, Table Scraps. Matt says, morning, Steve. Headed to Perrysburg, Ohio tonight. It's a short little run. Be safe out there, all the drivers. Steve, did you see the debate here in Georgia Friday night? Yeah, I think Herschel Walker won that debate there. I did not see the debate. I did see the headlines. I guess there were several debates over the weekend. Of course, the pundits, the analysts, saying Republicans fared very well I think there were two separate debates. But we'll pull more up on that coming up. Hey, it's everybody's favorite day of the week.
Happy greatest day of the week, Mr. Sommers. You know, I've been to those hibachi restaurants, but it didn't put me to sleep for 9 hours. No wonder your weekend went by so fast.
Well, that's true. We wrapped up dinner a little after 8 o'clock that evening. I mean, I don't know. It was like eating a big Thanksgiving turkey dinner. I ate so much, and I was like, man, I got to lay down. And I was out for the night. I was done.
Looked like all of you had boxes to go, too.
I'm saying there was so much food. I think all of us ate about half of the food they put on our plates, you know. And, I mean, I had enough. That was my full meal for my Sunday, the leftovers.
Well, it's 72 degrees rolling through Gainesville, Florida right now.
Must be
We're
nice.
supposed to be down in the mid-50s in Clearwater Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think.
A little chill
And then
coming
the
your
upper
way.
part of Florida's supposed to be in the 40s.
Yep.
That's pretty cold for us Floridians.
Especially for October. It's a little bit of an early season chill. I mean, you always get a few cold snaps through the winter months, but it's only mid-October here.
It got down to 65 the other, I guess it was Friday morning, headed in. It was 65, and actually turn the heater on.
How about
Believe
that?
it. I must be getting old. Did you see that best field goal kick ever?
They had the game on. That's when we were having our hibachi dinner there. The game was on in the bar area, but they didn't have a TV back where the grills were. So I did not get to see the end of that game. You're talking about the Tennessee over Alabama?
Yeah, I had watched the first half of it, and they had them down like 28-10.
Yep.
And me and the wife watched a movie, and just as the movie ended, we flipped it over. You know, the TV was still on that station. They were lined up for that field goal, and it was the goofiest looking field goal I've ever seen, but it was a masterpiece. I thought maybe it had been tipped or something, but I didn't see it get tipped, but it was the goofiest looking field goal I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But it made it through, and I'm glad. Maybe knock them off of their high horses for a while.
Alabama fans are in shell shock, right?
Yeah, I know. I just wonder how many of them would be Alabama fans if they lost once in a while.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, I got to get my news break here. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Stop staring at your lottery tickets. A San Jose, California 7-Eleven customer is soon going to be able to buy a lot of big gulps after he or she cashes in the winning Mega Millions ticket sold at one of the city's stores. Lottery reps have identified 7-Eleven's Hoosier Road outpost as the seller of one of the two winning tickets. The other was sold in Florida. The two winners will share the $494 million jackpot. The store will receive a $1 million commission. Rex Anderson is a regular customer at that store, and he says the owners are the ones that deserve the money.
I'm so happy for them. I've known them for years, the family. They're open, helpful.
Russia's opened a criminal investigation after gunmen shot dead 11 people at a military training ground near the Ukrainian border, authorities said on Sunday, as fighting raged in eastern and southern Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Attention sports fans. Your favorite sportsbook, BetUS.com, is back for their 28th year of NFL action. With the industry's biggest sign-up bonus of up to 200%, BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all their favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more. They've also got hundreds of new casino games, including the coolest European slots. And live dealers are waiting for you at the tables. You need a sports book with integrity and longevity. And you need to know that you're going to get paid. You need a sports book that offers everything, including live betting, MMA, golf, horses, esports, and all kinds of crazy bets. Call BetUS today at 1-800-79-BET-US. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. And they'll walk you through setting up an account. Nobody in the industry gives better bonuses than BetUS. Join now and use promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL and get up to 200% in bonuses on your first deposit. That's promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL for up to 200% in bonuses. Head to BetUS.com and join today. That's BetUS.com. BetUS, where the game begins.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday. Get the new week started here. Oh, joy, joy. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, for those watching via YouTube or Facebook, you think about the atmosphere. That's supposed to be an orange lighting. It looks a little orange, I guess. Trying to get the Halloween atmosphere, if you know what I mean. Spent my Sunday putting new lights in the Eiffel Tower. Notice that? The lights are twinkling, Clark. Hey, a little revamp of the studio there. And my wife got some video, and it was, we were kind of celebrating both of our birthdays. My birthday was Saturday. Wife's birthday is actually coming up on Tuesday of this week. So my wife had opted, let's do the Habana. I had never done it. She's done it several times before. I think my daughter has taken her there a couple times, but said, okay. And ever going through the menu, my wife was set on filet mignon. I said, that's kind of unusual for a Japanese restaurant. I'm thinking but it ain't like no Longhorn or Outback Steakhouse. But they had something called dinner for two, which was filet mignon, chicken, shrimp, and lobster tail. I'm thinking, okay, so you just get a little bit of everything instead of a whole bunch of one thing. So we've got four couples, and ultimately all four couples, we all opted for the same, the dinner for two. So, like I said, I'm thinking we'll get just a little bit of everything. I could not believe when they come out. If you look at the video, the massive pile of rice and vegetables. You start off with what they call clear soup. It's pretty much chicken broth, I guess. Then you got your salad, and then you get the fried rice and the vegetables, which that's a meal in itself. Then they break out the meat. There was literally a full filet mignon there's 8 of them. One for everyone in the couple. There's 8 chicken breasts that they threw on the grill, a big pile of shrimp, and then 4 lobster tails. So it's like a half a lobster tail per couple. I mean, it was an incredible amount of food, and it was pretty nifty though. So yeah, you can see I went into what they call a food coma after eating all that there. My, that's a good time. My wife said, would you do it again? And I was like, yeah, I'd do that again. I mean, the price for the dinner for two, $69.99. So $70, that's not for all that food. And the atmosphere made for a really good time. So, yeah, couldn't beat that. So I had a good time, good dinner, good weekend. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, always moving. Haven't heard from you in a while. How you been?
Been busy. Said happy birthday to you and the missus.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah. They've been keeping us busy at the hospital, and I've had a couple of people were out, and so I was kind of it. So I've been pulling a lot of extra hours. Nice thing is I got my absolute largest paycheck ever in my whole life. But anyway,
that's a good thing.
Super busy up there. Yeah, and I sent you an article that I found online after I had reached out to you with my own personal observations of what was happening. Yeah, and so it is for real. What we're seeing is all over. So for anyone with a little one, please be extra careful with them. And I didn't put it. I don't think I put in my email to you that we actually lost one on our unit a few weeks ago. And what's nice about where I work is we don't lose them. We ship them off before, when they get drastically ill. And this little fellow was just a week old. God, it was awful, and looked sick enough to be in the hospital, but was doing okay all day, and then just absolutely tanked all of a sudden. And they worked on him nonstop for over an hour.
Wow.
And it's pretty sombering to watch. And this is why I work on my unit, because I don't have to ever see any of that. But this one I was right there in the thick of it, and very, very sombering to watch. And so that was a classic. I mean, that's what we're seeing is they're just so sick. And so that's why I put that out there to help anybody. I mean, it's there, and that article was mentioning the same thing. I mean, they're just turning all of a sudden and going south. So please, everyone with a little one, please be extra careful with them.
I mean, is there line of thinking the fact that due to the lockdowns and all that, for 2 years, that the kids have not been exposed to things like they typically would, and their immune system's not ramped up enough to fight a common cold or a common virus? Is that what the thinking is?
I haven't heard what the thinking is, but I can tell you that what I would compare what we are seeing now is before COVID was named COVID, we were seeing positive coronavirus all over, and everybody was sick that winter, and I think you can remember that.
Yep.
Everyone was sick, and they were really, really sick, and we were just bogged down. I mean, it was really, really heavy. And then they came out with, okay, this is COVID, and then they named it COVID-19 and all that. And we all looked at each other and said, I wonder if that was what we were seeing. And of course, they said, well, no, they'd have to go back and look at every case. But literally a couple of weeks ago, I'm wondering, what the heck are they going to call this? Enterovirus 19 or enterovirus 22 when this, when they look back on this? I mean, because what we're seeing is what we saw 3 years ago. And I'm wondering, is this what? What is this? But it's that kind of overwhelming of the system. And it's the little ones. It's 2 and under. I mean, there's other people that are sick and all, but it's those little ones that just are not able to fight this. And so it's very sad to see. And it's keeping everybody at the hospital super busy. We have been able to get some new staff, but again, we're continuing to lose staff who are going to go traveling because there's so much pay to it. And then we have to hire traveling nurses because our nurses have left to go travel.
Wow.
So it's a vicious circle, but we are starting to get in some new students. And there's just not the wide variety that you can pick and choose and stuff anymore. And when you are competing with what they're paying for the traveling nurses, you just can't, you can't match that. So yeah, a lot of people are just leaving to go traveling.
Wow.
So it's, very, very sad. So it's just really taxing the system that much more. But anyway, so to get away from it, I have, the few times I have gotten away, I do have a fascination with crime shows and things like that, and I love forensics. and science. I love science. And we used to have a cabin down in Adams County where I was raised, and Pike County is right there, and I feel like those are my people. And so, lo and behold, I have managed to go down and watch the largest crime in Ohio history going down. I go down in person and watch the Roden. It's George Wagner IV that's on trial for murder of the 8 people, and I have gotten to meet and talk with some of the key players in the whole process. But more than anything, I want to give a huge, huge shout out to the Bureau of Ohio BCI for their work on this case. It is unreal when you listen to this, not only the evidence that they collected, but how they collected it. And to hear them, each member who has been on the stand to discuss what they found, their ability to communicate is just off the chart. I mean, they really are to be commended, and whatever they're getting paid, it ain't enough. I mean, these people are really fabulous at their job, and it's, to me, like the greatest commercial for wanting to be a forensic analyst, to go into that line of work. And even the coroner that testified, she was so real. She was so down to earth. It's incredible to watch and to listen to and to see it, in person and be a part of history, to me is fascinating. So I have done that. When I get a day and I just kind of want to clear my head, I'll go down and watch the trial. And then the whole process of what they are doing in the courtroom, that's fascinating. And listening to how a real trial takes place and how they are making sure that no stone is left unturned, that there's just no ability for an appeal in how they ask their questions and what they have to go through step by step, inch by inch. Fascinating to me. So I've enjoyed that. And then Saturday night, for fun, I had a nice long weekend, and by myself, I went blinking in downtown Cincinnati.
I've never done it. Always moving. My son and the grandkids went down last evening for the final night. And I know all kind of friends that have been down there over the. How many people show up for that? Is it hundreds of thousands, right?
Oh my God, it is fabulous. And I went 3 years ago with a friend, and 3 years ago we saw this one display that really set the bar, and it was there was like a curved staircases that came down, and up in the middle of it was there was columns, and there was like a cauldron of fire that was burning, and then these balls of lights would come, and they came rolling down the staircase, and they bounced around, kind of like Tinkerbell lights. Mm-hmm. And the fire would burn, and the flames would go up, and the smoke, and you watched the little sparks, and the shadows and all. I swear to God, everybody on Central Avenue was just standing there with their mouths hanging open. And it was like a 20-minute show that you watched. And everybody on Central Avenue, they were in the middle of the street. They were on all the sides, and you're just standing there. Everybody was filming it. And that was like the premiere, set the bar. And when we walked by it, I really thought that was the shape of the building. I knew the cauldron was not right, but I really thought there were these curved staircases and stuff because of the shadows and the way the lights and all. And when we walked by it, the building was flat. It was a flat building that they had made come to life three-dimensional. And then the rest of them were really good. So this year I was expecting that. I didn't see anything as wow as that. But I tell you what, for a free night and to go down to downtown Cincinnati, I went by myself. I parked at the ballpark, and I've never been to the Great American Ballpark. So I walked out, saw the statues and stuff. That was neat. And then I just started walking north, and I walked all the way up to just south of, so I went to the north of, over the Rhine, south of Findlay Market area. And then as I came south, I went zigzagging east and west. The people watching is fantastic. The seeing the light displays are wild. There was one building that they had flames that shot up the building, and it's all done with lights, of course. So the flames went up, and then out of the top upper windows, the water poured out and put the flames out. That was super cool. They had one that was a big image of James Brown, and then all of his music was playing, and then all the psychedelic lights and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There were several that were, most of them were like psychedelic lights and all, and they're all done to music. I did not know that Ezzard Charles is the actual name of a person, and he was the heavyweight champion of the world in 1949 to 1951, I believe. So they had a big light show displays for him down there. And I think some of the neat things I saw was a Thing 1 and Thing 2. It's like Halloween for people, and then they add lights to it. So there was a Thing 1 and a Thing 2 that I got photos of. I took my camera. There was a bride and groom newly married in their outfits that walked by. There were 4 guys in bright orange suits from head to toe, and they were doing a dance thing as they went across the street. And I took their picture, and when I looked at it, it was right at dusk, and I had my camera set for dusk. Their outfits were black, but they had like skeleton outlines on them. Now, how they did that, I didn't know, and I thought my camera screwed up, so I took a second picture of them, and it was the same thing. And that was wild. And they looked like outfits you would wear to a Bengals game. I mean, they were like on a winter day. They were like that. But when the photograph was finished, they were skeletons. And that was freaky. And there was an older couple that had not only lights on their shoes, but they had sunglasses on, and the lenses of the sunglasses, the full length of the sunglasses, were strobing blue and green. Now, how they could see and not have a seizure was beyond me.
Right.
But it was fun things to see like that. But I think the biggest crowd pleaser was, they had some of the streets blocked, some of the streets were open. And I'm saying thank you to all the policemen I see along the route, because they really were doing a fabulous job. And I felt totally safe all by myself walking around, even though you're shoulder to shoulder in some areas with people. It was perfectly fine. And I figured there were hidden policemen in and around.
Oh, yeah.
I ask a lot of people for directions because I'm looking at my map trying to figure out which street's which. But anyway, the big crowd pleaser was, in the middle of all this stopped traffic, here came 2 motorcycle riders. The traffic is stopped in the downtown street, and they were both in full costume, and the one guy was on a motorcycle with I think it's called a sissy bar on the back, one of those tall things, and it was a low-riding motorcycle with the big tall handlebars, and he had on the full black suit, leathers, all in silver spikes, and his helmet was a mask. It was all one piece with the flames coming out of it. And the eyes on the helmet were orange lights, and he had orange lights in his bike, and I think he had a microphone, because when he looked right at me and was talking and stuff, and you could hear him real loud. But at one point, and his other friend was all done in red. He was like a Spider-Man or a Muscle Man. And at one point, when they came down the street, I had walked on, after I took several pictures, I had walked on, and then here they came down the street. And when they were stopped, he actually got off his bike and stood up on top of it and raises his hands to the sky, here I am. And I mean, the crowd was going wild, just going wild, and everybody's filming him, and he was so theatrical. I really figured they were probably a couple of policemen. I have no idea. I just know police like to make kids happy, kind of, it was that kind of a thing.
Wow.
But that was real, and it was a skull helmet with these flames coming out of it and these orange eyes. Looking at online, I guess it's maybe a Ghost Rider or something like that. I don't know. But it was neat to see. And I walked all the way back down to the ballpark. I did not stay for the light show overhead with the drones, just because I had walked for 2 hours and 45 minutes on that concrete, and I was a fast walker. I don't know how many miles I covered, but I kid you not, every joint, every bone in my body hurt by the time I got sitting back down. I had never felt so old in my life as after doing that. And I thought, yeah, I did this 3 years ago and it didn't hurt. And I had on my good trail running shoes. I don't know what happened, but anyway, it's to see the architecture in downtown Cincinnati, to see the lights, to see just the normal lights, how they are, the skyscrapers that were done to lights and all with the blink light. It's truly one of Cincinnati's diamonds. And I hope they bring it back in 2 years. It really is something to see and feel totally safe and walk around. In all those crowds, nothing's going to happen to you. There's too many people. And there's a couple of times, like I just was up on Fountain Square. I was up a little higher, and I just held my camera up over my head and took photos of the sea of people. It's wild, but I felt so safe. But they do need, if anybody from City Council is listening, you do need to put street signs at every intersection. Because I don't know how many times I had to stop at an intersection, and maybe there's one street sign, but not the other. And I'm going, I'm asking people, where am I? Am I on Elm, Walnut? I can't tell. Am I Race? Where am I? And they, even the locals were like, I don't know, which street is this? And they were debating over what street they were on. But yeah, it was fun. It was really, really fun. I highly recommend it to anybody and everybody. So I'm sure your son and the grandchildren enjoyed it.
I hope they got lots of pictures and video and all. I didn't realize how big of an event it was. Now, my son was working. I think he worked Friday night and so Saturday night. So that's why he went Sunday night, because I think he's off tonight. But I did not make it down 3 years ago. 2019, it's called Blink, B-L-I-N-K, Blink, a big light show. And it encompasses like 30 city blocks. Like 100 different kind of like displays, I guess you'd call it, as she was describing. There's some are better than others. No way to see the whole thing, unless you go back several nights. But I mean, no cost to go down. I'm looking at the numbers from 2019, which they said it is the largest light and art show in North America. In 2019, Blink drew over 1.3 million visitors when it was held in Cincinnati and Covington. Of course, you cross the bridge, the river, Cincinnati, Covington adjoining there. So it'll be a few days, and I guess they'll give us some guesstimate numbers, but it could have been 1.5 million people that made their way into downtown Cincinnati over this weekend, several nights. So. And I missed it. I had other things to do, right? So will they come back? There's no guarantees. I mean, they were here 2019, so this is 3 years later. That maybe they'll bring it back in 3 years. We'll see. But for those who've been there, they said it is absolutely fascinating to see. So hope everybody that made it down had an enjoyable weekend there. All right, a couple minutes before we'll hit our news break here. Lines available on a Monday. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. College football. Yeah, undoubtedly the biggest upset of the weekend was Tennessee over Alabama. 52-49, the final score. Now, that was when we were going out to eat there Saturday evening. The game was on. I had it on in the house before we left, and I'm thinking, good Lord, I think it was like 28-10, something like that. I'm thinking, Tennessee's way up on Alabama. What an upset that would be if they could pull that off. So I think Alabama kind of battled back, and it was a very tight game there, but final score 52-49. And obviously, as Captain Rom was explaining there, I guess it was a last-second field goal. The Tennessee put the exclamation point on there, 52. They were tied at 49. 52-49, the final score. Roll Tide fans go into absolute shock. I was coming out of the restaurant. We had finished things up, and phone rang, and it was Double R. Of course, they live there in Tennessee, and obviously they're big Tennessee fans. He said, did you see that game? Did you see that game? I said, I said, obviously. Well, I guess Tennessee won. He said, yeah, field goal, 52-49. And said, wow. So that's the big upset over the weekend. I guess most of the other games were as expected. Michigan took care of business over Penn State, 41-17. Let's see. I guess Ohio State must have had a bye weekend. I'm not seeing. I guess they were off this weekend. So, yeah, kind of an upset change in the AP top 25. Alabama out of the top 4, down to number 6 now. But we'll get our news break here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Former President Donald Trump, in a post on his social media platform, Truth Social, claimed his words now, "No president has done more for Israel than I have." He followed that statement with a warning. Again, his words. U.S. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel before it is too late. Political analyst Larry Sabato at the University of Virginia says there seems to be a disturbing underlying message to that post.
It leaves a bad taste in the mouth because of what he suggests about American Jews. That's an old trope about Jewish Americans, as they care about Israel and not about the United States. And that has been disproven in a million ways.
He's been the advisor to every president since Ronald Reagan and has been at the National Institutes of Health for 54 years. But at the end of December, Dr. Anthony Fauci is set to retire. He'll be 82. The nation's top infectious disease expert sat down for an interview with ABC's chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, who asked him, how do you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered as someone who gave everything they had for the public health of the American public and indirectly for the rest of the world. And I just want people to know that I gave it everything I had and didn't leave anything on the field.
The latest environmentalist trend is here, pouring out milk in grocery stores. All across the United Kingdom, teenagers concerned about the environment are doing milk pours. The new trend involves going into a grocery store, picking up cartons of cow-produced milk and pouring out their contents, according to the animal rights group Animal Rebellion. Videos that have popped up on social media show teens pouring milk onto the floor, over sales counters, and elsewhere in the store. The dairy industry is incredibly environmentally destructive. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The House January 6th committee took the extraordinary action of subpoenaing former President Donald Trump on Thursday as it issued a stark warning in its final public hearing before the midterm election. The future of the nation's democracy is at stake. The panel's October hearing, just weeks ahead of the midterm election, focused on Trump's state of mind on January the 6th, 2021, as he egged on his supporters with false claims of election fraud, pushed to accompany them to the Capitol while lawmakers were counting the votes, and then stood by for hours as the mob violently breached the building. The committee is set to shut down at the beginning of next year and was making its final public arguments ahead of a report expected in December. Here's the radio play-by-play as Jalen Hyatt reels in the 78-yard touchdown pass, putting number 6 Tennessee up 42-35 on number 2 Alabama.
Hooker, play fake. Back to throw. He's got time. Over the middle. Hyatt's got it at midfield. Now it's a foot race. Yes. To the 30, to the 20. He's going to go all the way to the checkerboard. Touchdown, Tennessee. The 4th touchdown of the day for Jalen Hyatt. A new school record, and it puts Tennessee in front of Alabama 40-35. What a day for Jalen Hyatt.
The Vols upset the Crimson Tide 52-49. The Vols faithful tore down the goalposts, as expected. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here on a Monday. Yeah, the quiet morning. Lines available at 844-3388. Looks like I've got Brain Dead on board. Morning, Steve. Happy belated birthday. Guess you might have heard by now the Vols squeaked out a win from the Pink Elephants from Bama. I'll try to call in after I get off work. All right, we'll look forward to that, Brain Dead. Yeah, right behind Brain Dead, there's Dingbat. Hello, Dingbat. Let's see, no surgery just yet. I had to go to another doctor for a second opinion. That's always good. Brain Dead's on the docks tonight, so I'm home alone with the fur babies. Anyway, happy belated birthday. Congratulations to Tennessee. Let's not talk about my Gators. But hope all is well. Have a great night. Drive safe, all the truckers out there. All right, thank you very much. Hello to Linwood. Hello from the home 20, San Antonio, Texas. Going to share a link, a great story about a truck driver. You may have seen this. I will pull that up. We'll take a look. Gerald, happy birthday, Steve. You don't get any older. The numbers just get bigger. Right? Hello to Pappy this morning. 52 degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. Better late than never. I dozed off. That's what happens when you get old. Just saying, Steve. The color looks red to you. Yeah, it's as orange as I could get. I kind of thought, looking at it looks a little more reddish than orange. Now, I do have a red setting, which looks a lot redder than that, but it's more like a brothel when I put the red lights on. But welcome aboard, Pappy. Good to have you with us here. Double trucker on board. 49 degrees in Lodi tonight. Found a chunk of metal in one of my tires after swapping out at the Loves. What a great way to start the week. Happy birthday, Steve. And I share a birthday with your wife. So Tuesday, your birthday. Well, happy early birthday, double trucker. Hope you have a good one. Dave checks in from Anderson. Loved the show. New schedule. All right. Yeah, trying to listen in. Good to have you on board, Dave. It is 844-844-3388. Touched on the cold that's coming into the east. Meanwhile, out west, more like out toward heat waves neck of the woods. Yeah, they're in New Mexico, where they've actually seen quite a bit of rain in recent weeks. That trend is going to be continuing. As a matter of fact, much of Texas and New Mexico. I'm zooming in on New Mexico as we speak. A lot of rain. Most of it, if you drew a line east to west from Albuquerque, south of Albuquerque, a lot of showers, even some pockets of heavy rain in the mix. Yeah, forecasters are monitoring a complex storm that's going to deliver rounds of heavy rain and thunderstorms from New Mexico through much of southern Texas through Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, flash flooding at times could help ease the drought conditions, though. All right, we're looking at a well-defined area of low pressure over the desert southwest that has spawned some thunderstorm activity in recent days. It's finally beginning to move eastward, crossing the Mexican border into Arizona and New Mexico. But at the same time, a slow-moving cold front continues dropping in through the Central Plains into northern Texas, and that's going to provide some extra energy and moist flow from the Gulf of Mexico. Now, that cold front produced thunderstorms in some communities across Oklahoma and Arkansas over the weekend. Saw some wind and hail damage. Rainfall did produce some flash flooding in some areas. Saturday afternoon had the college game between Auburn and Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. They actually went under a weather delay as lightning moved into the area. As afternoon turned into evening, hail reports up to 3 inches were reported near Oliphant, Arkansas, northeast of Little Rock. Now, as that front stalls over the southern plains, the storm from Southern California is going to drift eastward. The idea that repeated downpours from that pesky cold front will be enhanced by the energy from the Southern California disturbance. So, looks like the highest rainfall total should be over central and southern Texas, near the Mexican border and along the coast, where 2 to 4 inches of rain is expected to fall before the storm dives southward into the Gulf of Mexico by Tuesday night. Some areas could see rainfall numbers approaching 7 inches, they tell us. Yeah, north and west of that area, a pretty broad swath, 1 to 2 inches of rain in the forecast from Albuquerque to cities as far east as Dallas, Texas. which actually picked up their first measurable rainfall Sunday since September the 2nd. Over nearly a month and a half without a drop of rain there in Dallas. Despite the threat for flooding, the rain will be beneficial in parts of Texas that have not had measurable rain since September. Looks like once this storm finally pulls away, several days of dry weather will be moving in. Hopefully, enough time for any floodwaters to recede as the sunshine returns and temperatures will begin to rebound late this week here. Get the new week underway, a Monday. Meanwhile, we head down to Florida. I mentioned the farmers finally able to get out there in the wake of Hurricane Ian several weeks after the fact. Thousands of oranges on the ground. Like so many green and yellow marbles are it's just the start of the disaster for one citrus grower, Roy Pettaway. The storm strewn about his 100-acre grove in central Florida since the storm swept through will mostly, what's on the ground's mostly going to go to waste. But what is even worse is the flood and rainwaters that weakened the orange trees in ways that are difficult to see right away. For the next 6 months, he says, we'll be evaluating the damage. We're estimating 40% crop loss. Going to have a lot of damage that's going to rear its ugly head. As we all know, citrus is big business in Florida. More than 375,000 acres devoted to oranges, grapefruit, tangerines, and the like. For an industry that's valued at more than $6 billion annually. Ian hit the citrus groves hard, as well as the state's large cattle industry, dairy operations, vegetables like tomatoes and peppers, and even hundreds of thousands of bees, which are essential to many of the growers there. Now, the orange forecast for 22 to 23, released earlier last week, puts production at about 28 million boxes, or 1.26 million tons, according to the Agriculture Department. That's about 32% below the year before and does not account for damage from the hurricane yet, which will undoubtedly worsen those numbers. But if I had to wager, I guess it may be 50% less than last year. Most Florida oranges are used to make juice. And this season's drastically lower harvest, combined with the still unquantified damage from Ian, is going to obviously push juice prices higher, forcing producers to rely even more heavily on California and imported oranges from Latin America. The Florida Citrus Mutual Trade Association said this is the proverbial gut punch. No doubt about it. You've really got about 72 hours to get the water off the trees before you start sustaining significant damage, if not mortality. Trees need water to grow. They don't need to be standing in water. Senator Marco Rubio, who appeared at a Florida Citrus Mutual event this past week, southeast of Tampa, said about $3 billion in federal funding is needed to cover the cost from loss of crops and trees there. When you lose land, and what happens is people can't afford to keep doing this anymore. That land is taken, it's gone. I've never seen a mall turned back into agricultural land, if you know what I mean. And then there's the bees. University of Florida estimates about 380,000 known bee colonies were in the path of Ian as it dissected the state, not only damaging the beehives themselves, but also blew off blossoms, leading some bees to raid other colonies for the honey they need to eat. Masses of honeybee colonies submerged in water are in distress. You've got to have the bees, though. Pollination is critical to the livelihood of the plants and the crops, and it's just one example of the long-term effects of this deadly storm. Hardy County, home to Petaway's citrus and cattle operation, recorded 4 storm-related deaths from Ian. All right, well, there you go. Driving around in the golf cart, surveying the damage. Our number, 844-844-3388. A quick time out and get to your calls on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I just pulled up my email here. Hello to Big Sexy. Just sent me a link here a little bit ago. Yeah, I've been talking the last couple of weeks about the Mississippi River, the low levels, the impact on barge and shipping traffic along the Mississippi. I guess over the weekend, he shares a screenshot from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The Mississippi River at Osceola is more than a foot lower than the previous new record low, minus 11.5 feet. So that's not good news, right? I guess the river level continues to drop. They need some rain in that Mississippi River watershed. Bring those levels up. All right, thank you for sharing that. Curtis, I believe it is. What's going on this morning? How was your weekend, Curtis?
Hey, lived through it, fogged the mirror up, so it was a good day. Well, anybody can get reprimanded by YouTube. I don't know if you ever heard of the mortician Caitlin Darty. She does documentaries on YouTube. She got reprimanded for doing a documentary about the Eastland sinking in 1914.
Really?
They claimed it was bloody, and there was no blood in it. It was just she took months to do the documentary about it. I don't know, have you ever heard about the Eastland? It was I think it was out of Chicago, tipped over because it was way too top heavy. And it was going to a picnic for the people worked for something like an electric company.
Mm-hmm.
And she did a documentary about it, and she got reprimanded. So
how about that?
Anybody can get reprimanded by YouTube.
I guess, yeah.
But, when you can get, doing something that is actually informational, and what you do also, YouTube has like a twisted vein of, what is right and what is wrong.
And I think most of what's monitored, and obviously there is no way in you know what that you could have an actual person listen to all the audio and the commentary that's shared via the likes of social media. It's the artificial intelligence, the algorithms that are programmed, I guess, to catch certain things, catch words or phrases, and
But yet you can have videos of women pumping breast milk out to show how that is done to feed their babies.
well, that's natural. It's unnatural, right? I don't know. I don't know who sets the rules, what they determine is allowable and not. But yeah. Well, otherwise, Curtis, good to hear from you. Had a good weekend and all you said.
Oh yes, sir. It was a beautiful day on Delmarva. It's raining now here. Other than that, hey, no snow, no snow, no snow.
Not yet. Just give it time. Give it time. We'll send some your way. All right, 23 past the hour. Let me see here. I guess the racing action was in Vegas over the weekend. I did not catch the action. Kurt Busch in the headlines, though. Look at Kurt Busch, still as good as he's ever been behind the wheel of a race car. The commentary from Dale Earnhardt Jr. during Busch's qualifying run at Pocono still rings true. But Saturday at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Busch announcing his departure from full-time NASCAR Cup Series racing next year. Yeah, also announcing he will not return to competition this year, leaving the door open to compete part-time next season for 23XI Racing. What's going on with Kurt Busch? Yeah, this after he sustained a concussion on July 23rd at Pocono during qualifying. Yeah, the doctors, he says, has come to the conclusion it's best for me to shut it down for the season. Speaking from the track's media center, even though I've made solid gains, I've been working with all the top specialists in the team at Toyota Performance Center. I'm not 100% and I'm still not cleared to race, he said. As I continue to focus on my health towards being cleared, I will be stepping away from full-time NASCAR Cup Series competition in 2023. My long-term health is priority number one. I don't feel committed at this point to compete for a championship next year. I don't think that's in my best interest or in the best interest of the team. Now, he was victorious at Kansas Speedway back in May, qualifying for the playoff for the 10th consecutive season. But he's missed every race since the incident at Pocono. And apparently symptoms from that crash led to his withdrawing his medical waiver for the postseason. Now, he clarified that the Pocono crash was not the only determining factor. There's not one particular moment or circumstance that led to this decision. It's kind of a layer of things. But just to be frank and to smile a little bit, I mean, I've whacked a lot of crap in my life. Old cars, new cars. I've wrecked a lot of stuff. And over the years, things really do begin to add up. And different wrecks this year have made it tough in the grind to get back each week to 100%. That was really starting to get tough over the summer. And then that accident at Pocono, again, part of everything that's all kind of piled up and added up. 3 months nearly after his most recent crash, he detailed the symptoms that still plague him as he continues recovery. I pushed rather hard for the first 3 weeks after the accident, and then with the playoffs starting and not being approved, that was pretty emotional. You know, something I was not prepared for. Nobody's prepared for something like this. So with head movements and torso movements, with my heart rate elevated, that's when things move quick in my peripheral back right up front. So it's kind of like looking in the mirror and then being back towards the windshield and around the competitors checking the dash. Things are just moving so quick and things are kind of slowing down. So it's all about his brain in relation to the concussion. This will be the next chapter of a Cup Series career that included 34 victories, the first playoff-era championship, and a Daytona 500 win over his 22-year period. At the age of 44, he did offer an update on his health last month at Charlotte Motor Speedway. At the time, he said he was hopeful about a return to competition this year, but the timetable was still unclear at that point in time. So now making that decision, I guess, stepping away from full-time Cup racing. So I'm at peace with where things are, he said Saturday. I was close to the end of my contract anyway, that full drive for a championship run. Yeah, I was real close to that ending anyway, so it just happened a little sooner than we might have expected, but maybe to race part-time and enjoy things with a little less pressure, that might be able to help fulfill things in the future, close that door. But this whole racing week in and week out, that's getting too tough for the body. Kurt Busch kind of stepping aside from full-time NASCAR racing. And our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Russia's struggling invasion of Ukraine has faced problems from poor coordination to unmotivated soldiers, but overwhelming and aggravating all was a critical blunder in the war's early days, say Western military officials. Failure to win control of Ukraine's skies. Without air superiority, Russia has been unable to stop Ukrainian attacks on its soldiers with U.S.-supplied high-end weaponry. Having fired her Chancellor of the Exchequer days ago, UN Prime Minister Liz Truss must now battle to save her own job after what many political analysts and members of her own party regard as the worst start to a British premiership in modern times. Ms. Truss's popularity rating is the lowest of any British prime minister since the early 1990s, according to polls, after a turbulent few weeks that saw her plan to boost growth through the biggest tax cuts in a generation. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, on a Monday, it is 844-3388. Good morning for first-time callers. This is a $60 coupon code, first-time caller code from Hot Shot Secret. Give you an opportunity to try the products out. Didn't hear from Horse Feathers Friday morning. He may not be working tonight because I did see over the weekend. I guess he took off and headed up into New York. What was it? Cincinnati, New York, to pick up his fire truck. He did make a little post that this is the way you start to try to get that old fire truck back to the home 20. And he had all of his Hot Shot Secret products. He had his Stiction Eliminator, FR3. I think he had some Shift Restore. He had all the products to put in there to get that truck down the highway. So hopefully he was able to get that back to the home 20 over the weekend. Under the industry headlines, first here, they tell us by the end of this month, Manitoba's Bison Transport announcing they will have purchased Maine truckload carrier Pottles Transportation, lock, stock, and barrel. Herman, Maine-based Pottles is a truckload carrier with more than 200 tractors, more than 750 trailers, and a logistics component. According to the news release from Bison, Pottles is a second-generation business founded over 60 years ago by Cliff Pottle. His son, Barry, owned the company until it was acquired. Bison Transport seems to be building their presence here in the USA. On the last day of last year, they had closed on the purchase of Bangor, Maine-based Hart Transportation Systems. Hart brought 360 trucks, 2,100 trailers, and a logistics option to Bison. Bison reported they're buying 100% of the issued and outstanding shares of Pottles Transportation. Financial details not made public, but there you go. Mergers, acquisitions. And another day, another big drug bust. Thursday of last week, Customs and Border Protection seizing a record amount of fentanyl from a tractor-trailer at the Pharr, Texas border crossing. This would be October the 13th. At the Pharr International Bridges cargo facility, Customs and Border Protection officials referred a tractor-trailer arriving at the facility from Mexico for a secondary inspection using the non-intrusive inspection technology, as well as a canine unit, and later the physical inspection, uncovering 19 packages of fentanyl weighing 44.35 pounds hidden within the tractor. Street value estimated over $1 million. Obviously, they seized the drugs, they seized the truck, handing things over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We've intercepted this load of fentanyl, the largest thus far in this particular port's history, thanks to great teamwork and the utilization of all available tools and resources. Typically in those kind of stories, they share the numbers as far as, that would have been enough fentanyl to kill 1 million or 5 million. I mean, the number of people that could potentially have died from that particular load of fentanyl. But for every load, we apprehend another load or two or maybe three up here to make it into this country. Turning more and more of our cities. There's a story I've got over here, San Francisco, I believe it is. We've all talked, and I've talked in the past about some of the videos out of Philadelphia. Philly Dan is all too familiar with the streets of Kensington, which it's considered the world's largest open-air drug market. They have people buying, selling, using right out in open. Zombies, standing in some cases or lying in the streets of Kensington. More cities around the country are turning into that with this continued influx of synthetic opioids like fentanyl that continue to flood into this country. All right, meanwhile, 5-7, how was your weekend?
All fantastic. Just a thing on that, how it affected my family. My niece, she was a user, but she's very nervous about who she buys from. The dealer that she was using, and how come she quit, and just cold turkey using this drug, is because the dealer, and even though she knew who it was, everybody who sold it to her son OD'd on the stuff. So she couldn't go buy it off that dealer because of what, he murdered her son. But yet, because that drug culture, they're not going to turn anybody in because it might be your life. They're not good people any way you look at it.
Yes, sir.
But thank God she's off it. She's been off 6 years right now, but she's constantly grieving over her only son, and it's no wonder. But that's short on that one. The news on top of the hour news on Friday, I kept hearing it. I thought somebody would comment on it. I thought I heard the news saying that they are going to reject asylum applications for people coming from Venezuela. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, I can imagine that is an issue with the people in the government of Venezuela, and Biden's down there begging for them to pump more oil. We're not getting just we're getting the truck drivers, we're getting the oil rig workers, we're getting the mechanics. There's a brain drain coming from Venezuela because they had people at one time that had a middle class job with making a good living, and because they voted communism in, they seen what socialism has turned out, and I have a funny feeling. Now this is just my speculation that these people know what communism and socialism is, and they probably see it in the current administration. And that's probably why that's to keep the brain drain and the intelligent, the guys that work with their hands from leaving Venezuela. That's probably why they have that for just the people from Venezuela. But I thought somebody would comment on that. It just makes all kinds of sense. Because when they get here and they see what we got going on right now, I don't think they're going to vote Democrat. I just have a funny feeling they know what it's like to have, be promised a cake and end up with a hand of sand. So other than that, this thing with Liz is up there saying what she's saying. They put her out there. Have you noticed they let her run her mouth? You hardly hear anything from that. This whole thing's such a pile of junk that, you hardly hear Adam Schiff jumping out there. And, he likes to be in the front of the camera all the time. Even Nancy Pelosi don't get out in front of it. And it's the farce that it is. I mean, I ain't going to go there. I mean, all you have to do is look it up. It's so heavily one-sided. So that I understand Trump, all he has to do is, plead the fifth, shut up. And that's what they want him to do. This is all about them thinking that, you're going to get keep people from voting for Trump.
Yep.
But guess what? Those people as they're going to vote are going to be putting that $4 a gallon gas in their SUV, and they're gonna have their groceries in the back. That by the way is because I do the grocery shopping. There's on average, $50 more a week, so that's $100 more a month. And our dear old soccer moms, they're the ones that turned it for Biden the last time. They like feeding their kids with the good stuff. Now, they don't have to cringe and get the cheap stuff off brand. So this time maybe they'll vote right. This whole thing in this country now is it's like you can't have a discussion, a disagreement, even in this situation. I disagree, and you disagreed, and we've the Afghanistan. Hey, I feel like I'm still right, but I didn't even know that Biden was telling the president of Afghanistan to lie and said his troops are ready to take over to our military, and then our military was telling Biden, yeah, we can do that. And then when everything collapsed, Milley looks and said, well, I didn't see that coming. This leadership, I don't want our troops being put at risk at this leadership. I support the Ukraine, but I don't want to see I don't want to see any of our people on the ground. But Lord, it seems like they're trying to push. Lindsey Graham's one of them. He says they don't want them on the ground, but I mean, you keep doing this to the Russians, and they know it's coming from us. And by the way, we're up to 10 billion or something like that. Somebody said on the news going to Ukraine. I wonder how much Germany, France. I wonder how many. How much are these people contributing to this? It's the American taxpayer that's doing this. And like I posted on your page, we're not, how much are we doing for the, our troops are having to go on welfare, on the food stamps, feed on the food stamps. Boy, we have a lot of money for everything else, but to take care. And when they do get hurt, They patch them up at the VA and then put them out on the street, and then we have to have wounded warriors and the different wonderful organizations to step up and try to let them build a new life through that situation. So I love my military. I love the organization, but I don't have any faith in the leadership right now. And but we got to keep we got to keep and defend our. I just grew up in a time where I may not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. And I'm not going to insult you or try to besmirch your reputation or make a vile comment on anybody. But I respect hey, there's times I'm wrong, and I can admit when I'm wrong. But I don't just say what I say. I say a lot of this stuff because I'm, all through my grandson being in Afghanistan under Trump, I called the station constantly saying, why are we over there? Why, there was a reason why Bush didn't rush in, and he only did a limited deal. But when Obama, if you remember, when Obama got in, he just dumped us all in there, and it became Obama's war. So people people ain't really giving this much thought. And it just us being involved in the Ukraine, Afghan. If it don't make sense, it don't make sense because they're not defending the Constitution like they swore to. And we found out that you can go in there for 20 years and try to show people what it's like to have freedom, and when they had the opportunity, they throw their weapons down and they run. And now their families are selling their daughters to the Taliban for food. And Lord, I hope we get our heads on straight on this next upcoming election. And I hope this is Liz Cheney's swan song, and she's already swore it. So it don't matter what she says. She's already swore to destroy any Republican that supported Trump. So, I mean, I don't care what they do. We're right on the edge. What Jefferson said when they asked him, what form of government did you do we have? He didn't say democracy. He said a republic, if you can keep it. So I'm praying that we
constitutional republic. Yeah. And when all was said and done, 20 years. I mean, 20 years we spent in Afghanistan. And when all was said and done, pretty much left the weapons and Taliban's back in control. It really makes you think it was all for naught. All those lives lost. All those who lost arms and legs. It is 844-844-3388 on a back-to-work Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, when you hear a blurb, we're giving $500 million today, giving $1 billion tomorrow, I really, like, you lose track how much aid that we've sent to Ukraine to help the Ukrainians battle the Russians. Many other nations have sent weapons, have sent humanitarian aid. As typically the case is, the United States is always the biggest donor. I did over the weekend. I did how odd, Saudi Arabia announcing they're going to provide $400 million in humanitarian aid to Ukraine, according to the Saudi state news agency. The Crown Prince made a phone call to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Friday. According to the report, the Crown Prince expressed the kingdom's readiness to continue efforts of mediation and support everything that contributes to a de-escalation of this war in Ukraine. But how odd is that? The news last week, we've got Saudi Arabia, OPEC Plus, right? Which, Riyadh, pretty much the leader of OPEC. But then the plus was added when Russia became a member of OPEC Plus, a number of years back. And the accusation from the West that Saudi Arabia was siding with Russia. Recall those reports last week. And I find it kind of odd. Is this $400 million? Now, it's not weapons. It's not military hardware. It's humanitarian aid for Ukraine. But how odd that the Crown Prince actually making a phone call to Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, offering, obviously it's going to be food, whatever humanitarian aid consists of. Was that just another way of them maybe trying to say, no, we're not siding. By no means did we side with Russia with this oil output cut, 2 million barrels per day. Matter of fact, also over the weekend, there were a handful of other countries, like all the OPEC countries, kind of coming out publicly to counter the narrative that OPEC was siding with Russia. OPEC Plus member states lined up Sunday, all endorsing these production cuts they agreed to, after the White House stepped up the war of words with Saudi Arabia, trying to assert that Saudi Arabia pushed some of these other OPEC countries, pushed them into this deal when they didn't really want to do it. That was another headline last week. Iraq, OPEC's second largest exporter, said the decision was based on economic indicators, and it was taken unanimously. There is complete consensus among OPEC countries that the best approach to dealing with the oil market during this current period of uncertainty is a preemptive approach that supports market stability. Oman and Bahrain, two other countries, issued separate statements, which includes other major producers, notably Russia, saying that they were all unanimous in deciding the 2 million barrel per day reduction. Algeria's energy minister called the decision historic. He and OPEC's Secretary General visiting Algeria expressed their full confidence in Algeria's being on board. Now, all this despite the oil markets being very tight right now, inventories in major economies at lower levels than when OPEC has cut output in the past. Some analysts have said the volatility in the crude markets could be remedied by a cut that might help attract investors to a market that's underperforming fundamentally. So everybody jumping on board, Oman, Bahrain, Algeria, all saying, no, we're not siding with Russia. This was a unanimous decision. All right, we get about a minute before we hit our news break, top of the hour. Get to some of the other industry headlines when we come back here. Get an update from, looks like Horse Feathers is back on the board this morning, back to work. So we'll get an update on the fire truck, how things went over the weekend. NFL football action, week number 6 in the books. Yeah, any big upsets over the past day? Yeah, I was tuned into that Bengals game. I didn't think they were going to be pull a rabbit out of the hat, but indeed they did. Yeah, beat the Saints. 30-26 was the final score, so that takes the Bengals to 3-3 on the season. Saints now drop to 2-4 on the seasons. Falcons over the 49ers, 28-14. Yeah, Vikings beat the Dolphins, 24-16 there this past day. Get a news break and come back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 power stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. It was a busy week in Washington as the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol has voted to subpoena former President Trump, who responded with an angry 14-page letter. Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who also serves on the January 6th committee, appeared on This Week with George Stephanopoulos to discuss the subpoena and what happens if Trump does not come in for it.
Because of the committee only being able to exist till the end of this congressional year, we're at a bit of a time limit here. And look, if he's made it clear he has nothing to hide is what he says. So he should come in on the day we ask him to come into. If he pushes off beyond that, we'll figure out what to do next.
While Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock fights to retain his seat and keep the chamber's narrow majority, Georgia's other Democratic Senator, John Ossoff, headed up to UNC Chapel Hill to sway North Carolina voters to choose Sherry Beasley. Beasley and Republican Ted Budd both want the seat soon to be vacated by retiring Senator Richard Burr. He decided 17 years was enough for him. Ossoff explaining to the gathering on the college campus a Democratic majority is necessary following the recent Supreme Court reversal of Roe v. Wade to keep abortion access legal.
We're doing this today not to keep score between D's and R's, but because women are dying and suffering grievously in childbirth, and we can make a difference.
Kroger announced Friday that it plans to buy Albertsons in a nearly $25 billion deal that could change the U.S. retail industry and impact how millions of customers buy their groceries. The deal, which is expected to close in 2024, would combine two of the largest supermarket chains in the country and create one of its largest private employers. The two companies have a combined 710,000 workers, most of them unionized in an industry with low union rates. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Democratic candidates outraged their Republican opponents in 10 of the most competitive Senate races as the midterm campaigns headed into the final stretch before Election Day. New fundraising reports filed with the Federal Election Commission are showing more than $175 million flowed into the campaigns of Democratic Senate candidates across those races in the third quarter ended September 30th, according to reports filed over the weekend. That compares to nearly $77 million for opposing Republican campaigns. As more Americans go back to work after the global pandemic, a lot of families are struggling to find affordable child care. University of Michigan professor and former Labor Department chief economist Betsy Stevenson stopped by Face the Nation Sunday to discuss.
We have fewer people working in childcare, but we got parents, on the other hand, who can't really afford to pay more for childcare because they couldn't afford to pay for childcare before we had inflation. And that brings us back to needing a government solution.
George Clooney spills the beans on why he thinks actors get too much credit and what drove him to start producing, writing, and directing films.
I think sometimes actors get too much credit for things, and I can prove it to you because it's script and director. That's all it is. It really is. I've been, I was kind of hailed as the worst Batman in the history of time. Fair enough, I was. The next film I did was Out of Sight, which is probably the best reviewed film I've ever done. And I'm good in it because the film is good.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Suspense. The shadow knows. Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
Hey, it's a Monday morning. Let's get the brand new week started here with our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Your chance to win $1,000 as we team up with TNC Radio.live. Here's our first keyword of the week. And we've only got 2 weeks left, a 6-week contest. This is week number 5 getting underway. Keyword number 1 is fame, F-A-M-E. Fame and fortune. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNC Radio.live app. In this nationwide contest, enter that keyword, and of course, stick around. We'll have another keyword coming your way. Couple of hours. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Your keyword this hour is fame. All right, rolling time zone to time zone. Welcome into the 17th day of October. Mountain time, you've crossed over the midnight hour. 1 hour to go. We'll be rolling into a Monday. For those in the Pacific time zone, hope you had a good weekend. Story we touched on a couple times in recent weeks in light of the flooding, the incredible flooding in Florida. Thanks to Hurricane Ian. Fires with electric vehicles. And those fires continue to break out. So many of those vehicles being submerged in salt water with Ian's flooding. A Florida senator is calling for action from the Transportation Department as well as the automakers after this series of electric vehicle fires. Fire officials say they are still seeing the impacts with electric vehicle batteries catching fire after saltwater damage. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said we are aware of multiple fires in Tesla vehicles. That was in a letter sent out this past Friday, obtained by Bloomberg News. Senator Rick Scott raising concerns about the fires to Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, and the vehicle makers, electric vehicle makers, including Tesla, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis NV, asking for guidance and whether any recalls are being considered. Scott said the emerging threat has forced local fire departments to divert resources away from hurricane recovery to control and contain these dangerous fires. Car fires from electric vehicles have proven to be extremely dangerous and last for a prolonged period, in many cases taking up to 6 hours to burn out. The fires could represent a new era of concern as the Biden administration seeks to rapidly expand electric vehicles across the country. They aim to have 50% of all new cars sold in the U.S. be electric by the year 2030. So Senator Scott joins Jimmy Petronas, Florida's chief financial officer, and the state fire marshal to draw attention to this issue. Petronas said 2 houses burned down last week after an electric vehicle caught fire. He's asking the manufacturers for help. He also wrote the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration asking about federal response and guidance here. Now, in reply, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration pointed to existing technical information and guidance that is available from the agency and from Tesla. Lithium-ion vehicle battery fires have been observed, both rapidly igniting and igniting several weeks after battery damage occurred, according to Petronas. These fires pose unique challenges for our firefighters. The Highway Traffic Safety Administration said in a separate statement that they've been researching the effect of saltwater immersion on batteries when similar issues emerged with electric vehicles after Superstorm Sandy 10 years ago. Now, in the state of Florida right now, there's more than 95,000 electric vehicle registrations there. That is the second most state after California, according to the Energy Department. Electric vehicles in Florida. All right, our number 844-844-3388 on a back-to-work Monday. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Glad to hear you had a good weekend and a good birthday. I think I posted on your page a birthday wish, but if not, happy belated birthday there. So, and glad to hear dinner all went well. But
a lot of food. Have you ever done the hibachi thing? You ever tried that?
No, I haven't. I haven't ventured too much away from American cuisine too much. You know?
Okay, all right.
And my hamburgers, hot dogs, spaghetti, and pizza. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know. Last week, kind of got a wrench thrown in it there when I was talking to you last Wednesday morning. There, I got a big screen in front of me saying my engine was going to derate to 40% in 4 hours, and I was still loaded, headed to make my first delivery, and ended up there was a knock sensor that apparently was bad, went bad, and then somehow or another, maybe you can explain this to me because you deal with computers more than I do, and you're probably smarter with them than I am. How does a computer in a 2020 Peterbilt that's not connected to the internet know that there's updates out there and it needs to be updated, so it won't allow the service people trying to figure out what's wrong with the truck to figure out what's wrong with the truck until it's updated, its software is updated, and it knows there's an update, but it's never been hooked to the internet to be able to find out there's an update. You want to explain that one to me?
Oh boy, yeah, it sounds like I need to do some homework on that one.
Yeah, I got no idea, but my shop was able to get the truck fixed, but they couldn't reset any of the computer part there, so it actually had to go to Peterbilt to have its ECM updated to the current update so that then everything could be put back together, and it was ready by about Wednesday, that started Wednesday, and it wasn't ready until about Friday afternoon. So that pretty much put a kibosh on the rest of my week there. So I did see that Chris was in on Thursday night there, kind of a day early there from what he normally does.
He had pre-existing he had something booked for Friday, so yeah, he came in on Thursday morning.
Okay. Yeah, so I kind of missed out on that because without the truck there, I tried to stay up, but that didn't work. I fell asleep. So, anyways, but yeah, we left. We did end up leaving Friday afternoon to head to New York and made a full 1 day round trip. I don't know, it ended up being about 26, 27 hours from the time we left the house to the time we got back, and got up there to the guy that owned the fire truck and got it out from him and paid him for it and got things running and got all my fluid levels brought up. And as you see, in the process of bringing all the fluid levels up there, we did put in a bottle of stiction eliminator I had, and I had a half a bottle FR3, and I figured, well, if the stiction eliminator was good, probably half a bottle FR3 wouldn't hurt it either. So we dumped that on in with it too, and then that has an automatic transmission in it. So bottle of Shift Restore there, that went in there to bring fluid levels up to the level that, full level, and then we got over to the fuel station there to put some fuel in it, and I had a bottle of everyday diesel treatment. I didn't have diesel extreme, but I had a bottle of everyday diesel treatment. So we gave her a pretty good dose of that and wished her well, and started on down the highway with a 50-year-old truck. And the guy that I bought it from was like, "You got more?" Well, I can't tell you on the air what he said, but
okay.
He said, "You got more nerve. I got more nerve than he did to take it on a 250, almost 300-mile trip there, and because it really hadn't been out and got much exercise in the last 3 years there." So, but it did good. It did good. Ran down the road pretty good there, and I was pleased with what it did. It's not the extended powerhouse that the modern equipment is, but it did good, and it looked good going down the road. Got quite a few waves and everything for it. So, but we got home, and so it's got a few things that need to be done to it there to get it into shape to be fully operational the way I want it, but hopefully we'll be able to get it all patched up through the winter time, what I want to do, and be ready for springtime and start on the fire musters and be ready there for the big Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy. But yeah, everything's looking good to go. So I did post it as my profile picture. So if anybody's a friend of mine wants to actually see it there, I got a full-size picture of the truck on the profile page. And as you said on the Hot Shot Secret there, I got kind of a closer up one there. But yeah, the truck itself is was a one fire department apparatus there. It served for the town of Cincinnati, New York. It's kind of about halfway between Syracuse and Binghamton, and a little bit to the east of 81 there. So if anybody's got there.
When I first pulled up the picture, at first glance, I thought it said Cincinnati. I thought, is he coming to Cincinnati to get a fire truck? Then I realized it's Cincinnatus, New York.
Yep, exactly. So anyways, there as I say, it's about that little town is about halfway between Syracuse and Binghamton, and off 81 to the east, and it's one of them ones. You ever heard of a place that you can't get there from here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of them. You got to go somewhere else to be able to get to it. But they're kind of in the hills out there, nestled out there, and it's nice little country township. There's really kind of quiet, and everything's kind of nice out there. But yeah, they got another engine. Actually, it's been renumbered with when it replaced this one with the same insignia on it. So my plans are I gotta talk to them, but since it's original to them, I plan on leaving it just the way it is. You know, I don't plan on pulling any of the lettering off. It's got all the nice gold leaf on it and everything, and I don't unless they for some reason don't want me to display that for them. I plan on leaving it just original the way it was made right from the beginning there.
I mean, it looks like it's in pretty good shape. What year was it again?
1973.
Wow, doesn't look that old.
It's pushing 50 years old now. The body, the apparatus body there, so behind the cab. So the cab and the driveline are the 1973, but the apparatus body itself was actually replaced on it there probably about 25 years ago, and the truck's probably been out of service for probably at least the last 15 years now that I know of. So it's the apparatus body probably only saw about 10 years of service after it got replaced.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's all in pretty good shape there. I'm pleased with it for being a 50-year-old truck. It's pretty sound. I'm sure it'll give me all the lifetime I need out of it, and still be able to pass it on to the grandson there. So he got to sit in the driver's seat, and I showed him how to start it up there. He was sitting right there, and we showed him how to fire it up. So he got to start it yesterday. So he's pretty pleased with that, and we'll get going and get him a couple more years under his belt, and he'll actually be able to reach the pedal when he's trying to start it.
There you go.
But anyways, so I don't know. I guess that's about all we got to report on that there. And so what? The princess's birthday is tomorrow, correct?
Correct. Tuesday. Yep.
All right. Well, we got to put that in the calendar. Make sure we don't forget that one. You know how much trouble we'd be in? We forget that one.
A boatload.
So, yeah. All righty then. I guess with that, we got a few showers around out here in the Mid-Atlantic area. I don't know if it has some damp roads, dry roads, damp roads. Never had to have the wipers on yet, but there's apparently some around because, as I say, it's remnants there on the highway of where it's done something. But other than that, we're maintaining about your temperature there, 57 degrees. So I guess we're about where you're at out there.
All righty. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Glad everything went well and you were able to get that old lunker back to the home 20. It's not a bad-looking truck. I would have never guessed 1973. Wow. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? Let's delve into something that's very difficult to wrap your mind around. You know, with the James Webb Space Telescope, 10 times more powerful than the Hubble Space Telescope, we're seeing things from further away, things we've never been able to observe in our universe. Interesting story over the weekend. Astronomers say they've observed the brightest flash of light ever seen. An event that occurred 2.4 billion light years from Earth. That means at the speed of light, it's 2.4 billion years away. So that flash occurred, right? Wrap your mind around this, 2.4 billion years ago when we're seeing it in recent days. They said this event likely was triggered by the formation of a black hole. The burst of gamma rays, the most intense form of electromagnetic radiation, was first detected by orbiting telescopes on October the 9th, and its afterglow is still being watched by scientists around the world. One astrophysicist tells AFP that gamma ray bursts that last hundreds of seconds as occurred on Sunday, not this past, but not yesterday, but the Sunday before, are thought to be caused by dying massive stars. 30 times bigger than our sun. The star explodes in a supernova, collapses into a black hole, then matter forms in a disk around the black hole, falls inside, and is spewed out in a jet of energy that travels 99.99% the speed of light. Are you wrapping your mind around this? The flash released photons carrying a record 18 tera electrovolts of energy. That's 18 with 12 zeros behind it. It has impacted long-wave radio communications in Earth's ionosphere. Now, that's what wait a minute. This happened 2.4 billion light years away or ago. It's really record-breaking, both in the amount of photons and the energy of the photons that are actually reaching us, they say. Using infrared instruments on the Gemini South Telescope in Chile to take fresh observations early on Friday, something this bright, this And I have to laugh. He said, this bright, this nearby. You're telling me 2.4 billion light years away is nearby? It is really a once-in-a-century event, he says. Gamma ray bursts in general release the same amount of energy that our sun produces over its entire lifetime in the span of a few seconds. And this event is the brightest gamma ray burst, known as GRB 221009A, first spotted by telescopes including NASA's Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope, the Neil Gehrels Swift Observatory, and WIND spacecraft last Sunday morning Eastern Time. It originated from the direction of the constellation Sagitta, traveled an estimated 1.9 billion years to reach Earth. Less than the current distance of its starting point because the universe is actually expanding. So what we are watching right now is like watching a 1.9 billion year old recording of those events unfolding right before us. A rare opportunity for astronomers to glean new insights into things like black hole formation. This is what makes science so addictive. You get this adrenaline rush when things like this happen. I guess if you're an astronomer, you're watching an event that happened 1.9 billion years ago. Now, he added that although the initial burst may have been visible to lucky amateur astronomers, it has since faded out of their view. But over the coming weeks, we will continue watching for the signatures of supernovas at optical and infrared wavelengths to confirm that this hypothesis about the origins of this flash are correct, and that the event conforms to known physics. Unfortunately, while the initial burst may have been visible again, to amateur astronomers, it has since faded. Okay, happened 1.9 billion years ago, and we're seeing it today. We'll get a news break in here, get back to your calls. Eagle's going to check in. We'll get to Pappy's on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Russia's struggling invasion of Ukraine has faced problems from poor coordination to unmotivated soldiers, but overwhelming and aggravating all was a critical blunder in the war's early days, say Western military officials. Failure to win control of Ukraine's skies. Without air superiority, Russia has been unable to stop Ukrainian attacks on its soldiers with U.S.-supplied high-end weaponry. Having fired her Chancellor of the Exchequer days ago, UN Prime Minister Liz Truss must now battle to save her own job after what many political analysts and members of her own party regard as the worst start to a British premiership in modern times. Ms. Truss's popularity rating is the lowest of any British prime minister since the early 1990s, according to polls, after a turbulent few weeks that saw her plan to boost growth through the biggest tax cuts in a generation. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. 568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, you can give me a confirmation. Since you're the ones out there driving the highways and the byways, what's the best city to drive in? And what's the worst? Yeah, Wallet Hub does these surveys, comparing the 100 largest cities in the country using, they say 30 key indicators of driver friendliness. Now, they say cities in Texas and North Carolina pretty much dominated the list of the best cities to drive in. Starting at number 10, working our way to number 1. Best cities to drive in. Orlando, Florida, number 10. Garland, Texas. Arlington, Texas. Jacksonville, Florida. Lincoln, Nebraska. Top 5, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Greensboro, North Carolina. Number 3, Corpus Christi, Texas. Plano, Texas at number 2, and Raleigh, North Carolina. Best city to drive in. Meanwhile, California was well represented amongst the worst cities to drive in. Starting at number 10, Los Angeles, California. Seattle at number 9, Baltimore. Washington, D.C. at number 7, New York City at 6, Chicago, surprise, surprise, at number 5, San Francisco, number 4, Oakland, California, number 3, Detroit, Michigan, number 2, and Philadelphia, number 1. Worst cities to drive in. Philadelphia. I don't know. Is that because you got the streets of Kensington? Cities were ranked in 4 main categories: cost of ownership and maintenance, traffic infrastructure, safety, and access to vehicle maintenance. Jacksonville ranked highest for cost of ownership and maintenance, while North Las Vegas scored last. Birmingham has the best traffic infrastructure. New York has the worst. In the safety category, Laredo scored the highest. Meanwhile, St. Louis is the least safe city to drive in. Access to vehicle maintenance, best in Orlando, worst in Laredo. Honolulu had the lowest traffic fatality rate per 100,000 residents, 2.30, nearly 15 times lower than Memphis, the city with the highest, 34.26. Yeah, fatality rate per 100,000 residents. Wow. Couple other quick tidbits. Gilbert, Arizona has the fewest car thefts. Yeah, 26.4 times fewer than Oakland, California, the city with the most car thefts. Laredo had the lowest average gas price, $3.12 per gallon, 1.8 times lower than San Francisco. Highest average price, $5.46 per gallon. How about parking prices? Corpus Christi and Reno have the lowest average parking rate at $1 for every 2 hours, 38.4 times lower than Boston. It'll cost you $38.40 to park for 2 hours in Boston. So tell me if you got to make a court appearance or something. Going to pay nearly $40 to park for 2 hours. That is insane. Wow. Interesting numbers. Eagle on board here on a Monday. What's happening?
Yeah, okay. How you doing? I'm out here on the road. Out here on the road right now, making my way back to Texas, maybe for the weekend next week. Yeah, Steve, I want to talk to you tonight. I told you I ain't gonna say too much about this situation because, like I told you, I no longer support this sport any longer. I told you that a couple of weeks ago after what happened at Daytona race when they had cars running almost 200 miles an hour in the rain when the track was wet. So, like I said, I don't support NASCAR anymore, but I had to chime in on this Bubba Wallace guy. I don't know if you heard about the incident that took place today in Las Vegas at the track. If you go back and look at the replay, it looks like Kyle Larson, driver, him and Kyle Larson got into they were racing pretty hard from the looks of it, and Bubba Wallace got loose and he got into the wall, but for some reason he thought it was Kyle Larson's fault. So he chased the guy back down the bottom of the track and he hooked the guy on his back quarter panel and spun him out and wrecked him and wrecked both cars. And then he had the nerve to get out of his car and start a fight, an altercation with Kyle Larson. He walked up to his car and started pushing and shoving him. Bubba Wallace at this point right here, after seeing what I've seen today, Steve, like I say, I'm through with NASCAR because they have too many rules and too many regulations. Like I said, it's they taking the fun out of the sport. Like I say, all the cars look alike. You can't tell the difference between a Ford, a Chevrolet, or a Toyota. The 3 brands that they got, they all look alike. All they do is put a logo on the front of the hood that says Chevrolet on it. But all the cars look alike. So at this point, Bubba Wallace, he needs to be suspended for the rest of the year and heavily fined for what he did. And like I said, if you look at what happened, the incident that happened to the other football player a couple of days ago in Oakland, he simply pushed the cameraman to the ground This guy is filing lawsuits and everything against this football player. It seems to me if I was Carl Lewis, I'd file a lawsuit against Bubba Wallace for what he did today because he had no business putting his hands on another man, just because of racing and it didn't even look like the guy did nothing wrong. So, like I say, NASCAR, it's just another slap in the face for NASCAR, and they're going to continue to have empty stands all over the country everywhere they go because they put another guy out of business today before Kurt Busch. A lot of people, this new car that they have right now, a lot of the drivers are complaining about the safety of the car. They've had 2 or 3 drivers this year have serious concussions from accidents, and now Kurt Busch claims that he's no longer going to race cars anymore because of the concussion that he suffered this year. So NASCAR might have put Kurt Busch out of business to where he can't race anymore. So, like I say, the NASCAR, to be honest with you, Steve, NASCAR was finished back in 2001 when Dale Earnhardt died. When he died, the sport has gone down here ever since the passing of him. So it won't be long before NASCAR is out of business as far as I'm concerned. And that's all I got to say about that. Now, let me move on to this situation, Steve. Another situation that took place over the weekend, and that's with the situation with Joe Biden once again. This guy, like I say, he just can't stay out of the news every day or something. There's something new with this guy. So now the latest news with him is that him and his people, they try to do everything they can to get rid of Donald Trump, Steve. Now they say they want to subpoena him. They still talking about January 6th. Still talking. Nothing has been proven about this, but yet they still are looking for a way now. Any way they can to eliminate Donald Trump from the race in 2024. It's a damn shame what's going on. And Joe Biden, meanwhile, like I say, he played the American people for suckers. I told you that just the other day, Steve. That's the oldest game in the book. We talked about this before, where you raise the price of the gasoline and then you drop it down a couple of dollars. You jump it up to $7, $8 a gallon, and then you put on the billboard that is $3 or $4. These idiots think that they're doing them a favor. You're still getting ripped off, my man, because the gasoline or diesel shouldn't be that price to begin. Joe Biden not doing you a favor. He's kicking a foot right up your butt. And the sooner the American people realize it, the better. So, like I said, Steve, he can continue to blame Vladimir Putin all he wants for the high gas prices for Putin, like he's been doing for the last couple of months or year. Putin is the reason why high gas prices. No, Joe Biden, you're the reason why we're paying. Because remember, Steve, I live down in Texas. He shut the pipeline down the first day he got into office. Your man Joe Biden is responsible for that, so he can blame anybody he want to blame. Now, let's move on to this other situation that took place with Herschel Walker and this other loser. And when I say loser, I mean with a capital L, this guy Warnock. Who's voting for this guy in Georgia? I still don't know, Steve. They claim that they run it even in 50-50 almost in the state of Georgia. I cannot believe in my right mind why somebody would want to vote for this Warnock guy. This guy here is a criminal and a thief. He's so-called preacher. This guy here is no more preacher than me and you are. This guy here is as crooked as they come, and he needs to be out of Washington, D.C. Herschel Walker, they've done everything they can, Steve. They dug up under ditches. They've gone as low as you could possibly go. They don't accuse the man of having an abortion with one of his girlfriends. They've accused him of pulling a gun out on his wife. They've accused him of beating up his wife. They've accused him cheating on his wife. They've accused him of everything they can find on Herschel Walker. But it doesn't matter. All that took place in the past. If it happened, and people of Georgia, they better not make a mistake and allow him to get back in there. Because Kamala Harris made a comment just the other day, Steve. She said that they got to somehow keep these 2 seats so they can keep Joe Biden, so he can continue running the country for the next 2 years. And that's what the American people got to stop. They got to make sure that we don't lose these 2 seats, so we can at least throw a monkey wrench in Joe Biden's plans for the next 2 years until we can get a real president in the White House. I'm going to say that one more time, until we can get a real president in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, there you go. Eagle, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. 15 before the hour. Yeah, I did not get to tune into the debate. Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. I believe it's that's the one and only debate that they're going to have. So that was pretty much it over the weekend. I'm looking at some of the headlines, though. CNN headline, 5 takeaways from the Georgia Senate debate. From The Hill in Washington, D.C., Warnock calls out Walker for skipping debate. Half of being a senator is showing. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Vanity Fair. This is not a prop. This is real. Talking about, I guess, Herschel Walker chastised over prop by the Georgia debate moderator. Yeah, what sort of prop? See if we can get the rest of it. It looks like he's holding up something like it looks like a police badge or something to me. So what happened during the debate? Warnock challenged Walker about the Heisman Trophy winner's claim that he worked in law enforcement. Walker, in response, flashed a badge on stage saying he does work with many police officers. A moderator then chastised him for flashing the badge, since she said it's against the rules to use props in a debate. To which Walker said, it's not a prop, it's real. Well, it's considered a prop. You're very well aware of the rules, aren't you, according to the moderator. So I guess he's got his badge. Yeah, Walker has claimed to be a member of law enforcement, but the Atlanta Journal-Constitution first reported that Walker was an honorary deputy at the Cobb County Police Department. I mean, when you look at the bigger picture of things, yeah, those are pretty little nitpicky things to be arguing about. I mean, if I'm a Georgia resident, I want the focus of this debate to be what your policies are going to be. What's your stance on climate change? What's your stance on, oil drilling? What's going on? And what's your stance? To hell with a little badge, arguing over whether you're actually in law enforcement or not. Oh, well. Hello, Pappy.
There's all kind of badges floating around out there, Steve. Some of these sheriffs hand them out like candy, man. They're called special deputy badges.
Okay.
They don't really mean nothing. It means you're a special deputy. J.D. Vance apparently smoked Tim Ryan in a debate last weekend. Smoked him. Senate race for Ohio here, so we'll see what happens there. We got to keep an eye out on Pennsylvania, too, with
the whole Dr. Oz. There's another one that I'm kind of surprised they're saying those guys are like neck to neck. I mean, right? In a dead heat in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I don't know about the polls, Steve. I mean, we'll have to see what happens here. But, man, I'll tell you what, if this far left opponent of his gets in, I can't remember his name. I'm looking at his face, man. My Alzheimer's.
Yeah, the guy that had the stroke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's far left. I'm sitting here rolling some cigarettes, not the devil's lettuce. Got the TV on and listening to you, but there's a show on. I don't know if I'm on the History Channel or Discover or whatever, but they're talking about toys that made America. So they're going back through all the history of some of the toys. It's kind of cool, man. You're talking about the Batmobile coming up here in the next segment. Steve, I remember, man, I'm going back in the late 60s. Cavalcade of Customs came down, and the old man was a 9 News photographer, so he took me and a neighbor kid. He had to go down and cover it for the news, so he took me and a neighbor kid down in the it must have been 68, 69, because Al Shadikati got them some 68 Ford Mustangs to drive. Man, we thought we were the cool, man, going down in that Mustang and the cavalcade. Anyway, they had the Green Hornet, the Monkey Mobile, all I mean, just picture picture the cavalcade back in the late 60s,
Yeah.
right? So anyway, the old man stuck me in the driver's seat and my buddy in the passenger seat of the Batmobile. Got it on film somewhere, Steve. I got it on a VHS tape that we had remade. You know, it was old 16 millimeter film, but had me sitting in that Batmobile talking on the bat phone. That was kind of cool. But, Steve, what is going on? You're talking about supernovas, right?
Right.
What the heck is China doing? Steve, did you get? I sent you a photo.
I saw this. Yeah, I think I pulled up the full story. Now, the story is actually from back in like January of this year. The experimental fusion reactor thing.
Steve, apparently this weekend they created a man-made sun, some sort of fusion using plasma.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can harness its power at a cost of $1 trillion or something, Steve, I don't know if this is a hoax or what, but I've seen a video.
I'm looking into the story from Live Science, which that's a legit site.
Yeah.
158 million degrees Fahrenheit.
5 times hotter than our original sun, our real sun.
How's it possible?
But Steve, there was a video of this thing going up in the atmosphere. And unless this thing's a hoax. But I mean, Steve, what are they doing, man? Remember, who was it? Was it Japan that created that? What was that thing called? That neutron collider or whatever the thing it was they were going to fire up. They were worried about it.
The Large Hadron Collider, yes.
Yes, sir. They were worried about, I mean, you know, I'm all for, you know, science and creating stuff. But this thing, man, if this is real, Steve, what if this thing would have blew up?
Mm-hmm.
Like a supernova? Are you kidding me? I mean, I hope they know what they're doing. I remember watching a documentary. Now, I'm going off memory here. It was not like on the Discovery Channel. Might have been kind of like the Ancient Alien type thing. But if I'm not mistaken, they were talking about the city of Atlantis. That there was a theory that there was a sun in the middle of the city that they used to harness its power and actually had electricity back then, Steve. One of the theory is that this sun that was created by them somehow blew up, which caused their demise. I don't know if you ever heard that or not, but man, hey, listen, man, I'm all for Ukraine to whoop Russia's butt, right? But how many countries, how many of billions and billions of dollars are going to Ukraine, Steve? I mean, you know, it's the third most corrupt country. How much is that getting kicked back? I'm just asking. I don't know. I think we said $47 billion we gave them so far.
Like I said earlier, I've lost track. I mean, because you see so many differing reports, I don't know where we're at.
Steve, that could have rebuilt that city that was wiped out in Florida by the hurricane, man. I mean, again, you know, it is what it is, you know, but I don't know. Well, my man, we got what? About almost exactly 1 month here. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't know, till November 8th.
November 8th, yep.
So we're in the hot zone, Steve. Right now, as we speak, we're in the hot zone. What they always call that, October surprises.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen headlines about October surprise coming. I mean, could be from both sides, Republican, Democrat. I don't know what's an October surprise.
I don't know, Steve. Just remember what we talked about. What are they willing to do, man? You know, so hang on to your seat, man. I'll be glad, Steve, when we all wake up, hopefully on November the 9th, you know, and this place is still here. So, man, that's all I got, buddy. But I'm glad you had a good birthday. Looked like you had a good time. Trying to use the excuse you ate too much is why you had to crash for 9 hours.
Now, I only drank 2 beers while I was there. Now, I had a few before we got there, but I'll admit that.
Right.
It wasn't like I was in a stupor.
All right. I figured maybe that's what it was. You're trying to cover it up, you know.
I did not drink my 30 cans of Blatz.
30? Should have been 58.
Yeah, Moose sent me 2 15-packs of Blatz.
What was it, your 55? When you hit double nickel, I gave you 55.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, he brought me 55 cans of Miller Lite.
All right, my man. Have a good night. Be safe, everybody.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Let me see, about a minute for a news update. All right, looks like Philip's on board, and after which we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Timothy checks in. Steve, yours and Lisa's birthdays are like mine and my wife's. Tanya's birthday. Hers was the 12th, mine's the 19th, plus our anniversary is the 21st. There you go. Well, happy birthday and happy anniversary. Good morning, Stephen. The whole overnight crew, 41 degrees in Maine this morning, kind of foggy. Everybody stay safe. Have a good day. And seen unseen on board. There's his friend Rick in Columbus on his first cup of coffee here. Go Buckeyes. All right, good to have you on board, Rick. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. It was a busy week in Washington as the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol has voted to subpoena former President Trump, who responded with an angry 14-page letter. Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who also serves on the January 6th committee, appeared on This Week with George Stephanopoulos to discuss the subpoena and what happens if Trump does not come in for it.
Because of the committee only being able to exist till the end of this congressional year, we're at a bit of a time limit here. And look, if he's made it clear he has nothing to hide is what he says. So he should come in on the day we ask him to come into. If he pushes off beyond that, we'll figure out what to do next.
While Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock fights to retain his seat and keep the chamber's narrow majority, Georgia's other Democratic Senator, John Ossoff, headed up to UNC Chapel Hill to sway North Carolina voters to choose Sherry Beasley. Beasley and Republican Ted Budd both want the seat soon to be vacated by retiring Senator Richard Burr. He decided 17 years was enough for him. Ossoff explaining to the gathering on the college campus, a Democratic majority is necessary following the recent Supreme Court reversal of Roe v. Wade to keep abortion access legal.
We're doing this today not to keep score between D's and R's, but because women are dying and suffering grievously in childbirth, and we can make a difference.
Kroger announced Friday that it plans to buy Albertsons in a nearly $25 billion deal that could change the U.S. retail industry and impact how millions of customers buy their groceries. The deal, which is expected to close in 2024, would combine two of the largest supermarket chains in the country and create one of its largest private employers. The two companies have a combined 710,000 workers, most of them unionized in an industry with low union rates. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Democratic candidates outraged their Republican opponents in 10 of the most competitive Senate races as the midterm campaigns headed into the final stretch before Election Day. New fundraising reports filed with the Federal Election Commission are showing more than $175 million flowed into the campaigns of Democratic Senate candidates across those races in the third quarter ended September 30th, according to reports filed over the weekend. That compares to nearly $77 million for opposing Republican campaigns. As more Americans go back to work after the global pandemic, a lot of families are struggling to find affordable child care. University of Michigan professor and former Labor Department chief economist Betsy Stevenson stopped by Face the Nation Sunday to discuss.
We have fewer people working in childcare, but we got parents, on the other hand, who can't really afford to pay more for childcare because they couldn't afford to pay for childcare before we had inflation. And that brings us back to needing a government solution.
George Clooney spills the beans on why he thinks actors get too much credit and what drove him to start producing, writing, and directing films.
I think sometimes actors get too much credit for things, and I can prove it to you because it's script and director. That's all it is. It really is. I've been, I was kind of hailed as the worst Batman in the history of time. Fair enough, I was. The next film I did was Out of Sight, which is probably the best reviewed film I've ever done. And I'm good in it because the film is good.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Suspense. The Shadow Knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, that's where we jump in and say, hey, we got us a Monday. Welcome aboard for our friends on the West Coast. 12:08 Pacific, 3:08 Eastern Time. 17th day of October underway. Closing out the big birthday weekend. Thank you so much for all the birthday wishes. Got a ton of Facebook messages, emails, you name it. I don't feel much wiser. You see, another year older, another year wiser. What have I learned in the past? I think I've learned a few things. Yeah, a little wiser. So our number, 844-844-3388. All right, said good morning to Rick there in Columbus. Yeah, got the freeze warning out. It's not a freeze watch, freeze warning for your Monday night, probably Tuesday night. Big Sexy checking in from the home 20 in Truman, Arkansas, where it's 55 degrees there, clear right now. But also, freeze warning Monday night, Tuesday morning there. Mississippi River at Osceola, Arkansas, minus 11.5 feet, lowest in about 34 years. Yep. Yeah, I shared that, the graph you sent me a bit earlier. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning, overnight drive crew. Steve Summers from Northern Kentucky. On my way to the yard, load supplies. We'll be heading to Glade Springs, Virginia. Safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, good to have y'all on board. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, might as well delve into the cold. Old man winter getting an early start. spreading the season's first significant burst of cold air across the Midwest and the Northeast. Yes, and this will actually even arrive with some snow for some. Yeah, the effects of the cold will be far-reaching, according to AccuWeather forecasters. Yeah, this is the potential for a damaging freeze well into the southern states. It's going to feel more like November for many this week. Yeah, portions of the Midwest have already dealt with some winter patterns recently. Chilly air coming in out of Canada. Yeah, first few snowflakes. We mentioned parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota. This will not be a quick hitting rush of chilly air either, as the storm responsible for bringing the chill is going to slowly pivot through the entirety of the Northeast between now and Thursday. This will set up the first robust lake effect snow downwind of Lake Superior and Lake Michigan starting tonight, actually this morning, Sunday night, Monday morning, and persisting into Tuesday. Forecasters cannot rule out the possibility some of the higher elevations in the UP of Michigan may see more than a foot of snowfall here. You combine with the gusty winds reaching upwards of 50 miles per hour at times. That will lead to visibility greatly reduced, treacherous driving conditions. The risk of snow-covered, slick roadways will greatly increase during the overnight hours in any of these heavier bursts of snow. For the day ahead, the cold, blustery conditions plunging into the Northeast with lake effect rain and snow showers for those across the interior and closest to the eastern Great Lakes. Now, I'm not talking a major snow event across the interior Northeast, but this is going to be just a quick reminder. Winter is just around the corner. You got to finish up your fall cleanup and winterizing projects before the arrival of the cold air. For some areas up there, it's going to be, got to start taking into account the outdoor spigots, the hoses, still have those hooked up. Best chance for accumulations anywhere for a dusting, maybe an inch or two of snow in the typical lake effect snow belts, northwestern Pennsylvania, western and northern New York. Greatest risk for slippery travel will be the higher elevations during the overnight hours. Areas that are spared from any snowfall will not miss out on the harsh reminder that winter's just around the corner. Temperatures going to plunge 10 to 20 degrees below normal for this time of year. Daytime highs are going to be stuck in the 30s and 40s from across the upper Mississippi Valley and the Great Lakes today. Highs are forecast generally in the 40s across the interior Northeast on Tuesday. Highs are only going to be in the 50s in Washington, D.C., on up that eastern seaboard to the Boston area. It's going to feel much cooler, though, with the winds, especially around the Great Lakes early this week. A gradual warming trend commences over parts of the Midwest by midweek Wednesday, but those below normal temperatures and spotty flurries and snow showers going to persist over the higher elevations there in the Northeast. Maybe a slight warm up by the end of the week. Temperatures still remaining a bit below normal, though. Meanwhile, forecasters say the cold burst could produce some record low temperatures for some across the South Monday night and Tuesday night as well, with a damaging freeze. Again, all the way down into, as Big Sexy said, Truman, Arkansas, Burr. Hey, good morning, Philip.
Hey, bud, I don't know about cleaning up for a fall. I've already cleaned up from a storm, so I'm working on it. So I'm a little behind, though. I got to work on it. Still cleaning up after a hurricane. Sorry.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. How you doing? You doing okay?
Doing all right. I was a little worried about you. I didn't hear from you like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I need it. You normally don't check in Friday morning, but yeah, a couple mornings there.
Yeah, I got some family things going on last week. I had to take care of them, so had to do that. Sorry about that, but we had to take care of the family. You know how that is.
Absolutely. Steve. I got priorities.
Yeah, we do. So did you get my pictures of that capsule coming back?
That was pretty cool. Yes.
That's a statement right there for drone technology. I never seen. I mean, them pictures were amazing when them, pulling them out of the capsule, the whole shot. They had a drone flying around the ship and pulling it out, and that was probably the best one I've seen yet with the footage. And if you notice, there wasn't too many people running around them with boats this time. They were just off of Jacksonville. So, but I guess everything looked all right. I mean, it looked real good. I heard you're talking about the best cities to drive in. You said Orlando was number 10.
That's according to Wallet Hub. Yes.
Okay, well, Wallet Hub needs to get off their butt and go figure out something. Because I tell you what, I don't think it's in the top 10. I think it needs to be on that other list over there on the other side.
The bottom end.
Yeah, it needs to be over on that worst city side. I don't think it's as high. It might be up there with Chicago. You get these guys Orlando's a very transient place. You got between tourism, retirees, and the folks that transplant. It's a very transient place, and there's a lot of crazy drivers down here. So I don't know where they got their statistics from or what. I don't know. Maybe they just did it off a computer. Everything's off a computer nowadays anyway. But now I heard Pappy talking about this. They recreated a sun or something. Was that what you guys were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I got the rest of the story we'll get to here. Yeah, in China, China's artificial sun setting a new world record after superheating a loop of plasma to temperatures 5 times hotter than the sun for more than 17 minutes.
I don't know how they could do that. I mean,
what kind of materials could withstand those kind of temperatures, right?
I want to know what kind of environment they got it in, because anything man-made on Earth could not handle that kind of temperature. That's incomprehensible. I mean, you look at metal. To make anything out of metal, it could not comprehend. I mean, it's just incomprehensible, that kind of environment. There is absolutely no way, in my opinion. I mean, you would have to have this thing in something so special that, I mean, it would have to be layered and everything. It's crazy. I mean, it doesn't make common sense. It really doesn't, because you said 150 degrees above Fahrenheit.
Oh, the temperature was 100 and what was something million degrees.
That's I don't know. I don't know about that one. I really don't, because you think about it, Steve. Have you heard of a plasma cutter? Do you know what a plasma cutter is?
I can't say that I do, but they're using plasma in these experiments. So, and I'll share from Live Science. They explain how the thing works. So.
Well, a plasma cutter is basically, they use it nowadays for cutting steel and different things, different metals with it. And it uses, plasma, like, it's a chemical reaction. And I don't know. That's a strange piece there. I'm going to have to listen to you explain this, but I don't know. I couldn't see it for 17 minutes, maybe for like less than a minute, but 17 minutes?
Yeah.
Because you look at nuclear fission, you've seen a nuclear bomb and you've seen what a power plant does. It's incomprehensible. I mean, and that's nuclear fission. That's splitting one atom. I don't know. I can't comprehend that. No. It's going to be a tight one down here with all these elections. I know I saw on the news yesterday that Charlie Crist met with the president's wife and Val Demings, and all of them got together and did a fundraiser. And they say they're going to go gun-ho, so we'll see how it runs down here. So that's all I got today, bud. You catch you later, and I'll listening to you about this nuclear or this
the
sun thing.
artificial sun. And China's not the only one working on it. I mean, toward the tail end of the story here, it's the first viable fusion reactor could be completed in the United States as soon as 2025. And a British company hopes to be commercially generating electricity from fusion by the year 2030. Wait, what is it? All right, hang around. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as far as such, in China, they call it the EAST, E-A-S-T, the Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak. Remember the word tokamak, T-O-K-A-M-A-K, tokamak. The nuclear fusion reactor, which maintained a temperature of 158 million degrees Fahrenheit for 1,056 seconds. This achievement brings scientists a small yet significant step closer to the creation of a source of nearly unlimited clean energy. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, until something goes wrong, right? The Chinese experimental nuclear fusion reactor smashed the previous record set by France's Tor Supra tokamak in 2003, where plasma in a cooling loop remained at similar temperatures for 390 seconds. EAST had previously set another record in May of last year, 2021, by running for 101 seconds at an unprecedented 216 million degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the core of the actual sun, by contrast, reaches temperatures of about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. The core of the sun. The recent operation lays a solid scientific and experimental foundation toward the running of a fusion reactor. According to researchers at the Institute of Plasma Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, scientists have been trying to harness the power of nuclear fusion, the process by which stars burn, for more than 70 years, by fusing hydrogen atoms to make helium under extremely high pressures and temperatures. So-called main sequence stars are able to convert matter into light and heat, generating enormous amounts of energy without producing greenhouse gases or long-lasting radioactive waste. But replicating the conditions found in the heart of stars is no simple task. The most common design for fusion reactors, known as the tokamak, works by superheating plasma, one of the four states of matter consisting of positive ions and negatively charged free electrons, before trapping it inside a donut-shaped reactor chamber with powerful magnetic fields, keeping the turbulent superheated coils of plasma in place long enough for nuclear fusion to happen, however, has been a painstaking process. Soviet scientists designed the first tokamak in 1958, but no one has ever managed to create an experimental reactor that's able to put out more energy than it takes in. One of the main stumbling blocks has been how to handle a plasma that's hot enough to fuse. Fusion reactors require very high temperatures, many times hotter than the sun, but because they have to operate at much lower pressures than where fusion naturally takes place inside the cores of stars. Cooking plasma to temperatures hotter than the sun is the relatively easy part, finding a way to corral it so it doesn't burn through the reactor walls, either with lasers or magnetic fields, without also ruining the fusion process, is the technically tricky part. This program, EAST, is expected to cost China more than $1 trillion by the time the experiment finishes running in June. Now, again, this particular story from Live Science was back in January of this year, and it's being used to test our technologies for even bigger fusion project, something called the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, ITER for short. It is currently being built in Marseille, France. Set to be the world's largest nuclear reactor and the product of collaboration between 35 countries, including every state in the EU, the UK, China, India, and the United States. The International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor contains the world's most powerful magnet, making it capable of producing a magnetic field 280,000 times as strong as the one around the Earth. That is expected to come online in 2025. It will provide scientists with even more insights into the practicalities of harnessing star power on Earth. China is also pursuing more of its own programs to develop nuclear fusion power. They are conducting inertial confinement fusion experiments, and they're planning to complete a new tokamak by the early 2030s. I don't know. It's all mind-boggling stuff, but it sounds like the kind of things that, what if something goes wrong, right? Yeah, the old what if. It all looks fine and dandy on paper, but what if? All right, we'll be back after this news break.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Russia's struggling invasion of Ukraine has faced problems from poor coordination to unmotivated soldiers, but overwhelming and aggravating all was a critical blunder in the war's early days, say Western military officials. Failure to win control of Ukraine's skies. Without air superiority, Russia has been unable to stop Ukrainian attacks on its soldiers with U.S.-supplied high-end weaponry. Having fired her Chancellor of the Exchequer days ago, UN Prime Minister Liz Truss must now battle to save her own job after what many political analysts and members of her own party regard as the worst start to a British premiership in modern times. Ms. Truss's popularity rating is the lowest of any British prime minister since the early 1990s, according to polls, after a turbulent few weeks that saw her plan to boost growth through the biggest tax cuts in a generation. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend, get the brand new week started. Chris checks in. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, I was going to tell you, if you keep reading that article, I think you'll find out that they still haven't gotten more energy out than they put into those things.
That's what it's. I noticed that. I guess so. They're trying to figure that part out. That's the tricky part. They're taking more energy to put in than they can get out. So you're not really generating anything.
Yeah, and it's an incredible amount of energy. When they sometimes they give you the comparison, power a country for 6 months or something,
Wow.
and they're not generating anything. I think it's like perpetual motion, actually, because, well, the hydrogen bomb is a fusion bomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they set off a nuclear bomb and fuse hydrogen, and now that produces probably more energy than they put into it. But it's that CERN thing. I wasn't worried about that. I thought, they're not going to create a black hole with one atom. That's what people were saying, because no matter how dense you make it, it's one atom. But yeah, I think something really could go wrong with this fusion stuff. It's probably pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it's the unintended consequences, right? You don't mess with Mother Nature.
Exactly. And like Philip said, what the hell is going to contain that?
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, I guess if they could successfully do something like that, I mean, I get that's the goal of harnessing an unlimited amount of energy with no greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, I guess there's a possibility with those magnets. The whole the fusion on the sun is created by the mass of the sun. It just smashes everything it gets near it, and a black hole is like a lot more intense. It's the same thing, but you can't recreate that. But, yeah, in a lab.
Right,
I don't
right.
know.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right, Steve. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Hope you had a good weekend. Thanks for checking in, Chris. Some things we just may never understand, but hey, well, boy, for our friends north of the border like Terry and some of our other Canadian listening friends. By the way, we have a few on board at this hour. Good to have you with us. And whoever's listening in France, somebody in France has been listening for a while. Good to have you with us, whomever that might be. For our Canadian friends, if you're heating your home with natural gas or electricity, the report says expect your energy bills to rise anywhere from 50 to 100% on average this winter. According to one energy analyst, some consumers could see their bills rise by as much as 300%, while others could see minimal increases. But the overall trend is clear, according to energyrates.ca, the founder, Joel McDonald. In general, Canadians join the global community in seeing exceptionally high electricity and natural gas bills. In a phone interview Friday, he said there are a few provinces where some of these increases are kind of muted by the structure of the marketplace. But in general, the answer is very high energy bills. Most of what's going to drive up the cost of home energy this winter is the rising price of natural gas, which generates 8.5% of Canada's electricity. Most Canadians, 61%, use traditionally gas-powered systems, furnaces, boilers, things like that to heat their homes. A smaller portion, about 29%, use electric baseboard and radiant heating systems. The rest use heat pumps, stoves, and other heating systems. Right now, McDonald said natural gas prices are being driven by a combination of geopolitical strife in Europe, the global transition to renewable energy, seasonal demand, and the federal carbon tax, and the cyclical fluctuation of gas prices over roughly 20-year periods as supply and demand try to meet and overcorrect. Some of these factors are predictable, like the war in Ukraine, are not. Yeah, the war reduced the global supply of natural gas, generally driving prices up. It has also reduced Europe's access to the resource. As a result, the U.S. has increased its natural gas exports to Europe. Canada has increased its exports to the United States, further reducing Canada's supply. Natural gas right now is 5 times more expensive in Europe than it is in Canada. But as our supply drops, that's going to change, he says. We're sending more, and we're going to start to see the Canadian marketplace and the price of natural gas in Canada trend closer to the global price, more so than it's done historically. Further driving Europe's demand for natural gas is a gap in its energy supply generated by the transition to renewable energy. It's a phase where neither is slowing the fossil fuel sector nor the burgeoning renewable sector can meet the energy needs. So international demand for natural gas is rising. As the days become shorter and colder as we head into the winter months, domestic demand obviously is rising as well. Heftier energy bills are something Canadians expect every winter, but some years are costlier than others. This is shaping up to be a costly one. Forecasts indicate it's going to be a cold, snowy winter, especially for the central parts of the country and the maritime provinces. If the forecast pans out, that's going to drive demand on heating systems. When you look at supply and demand, as demand goes up, depending on what your supplies look like, you'll be looking at increased prices. Then there's the federal carbon tax, which applies to both natural gas and electricity generated using combustible fuel. Putting a price on carbon pollution is widely recognized as the most efficient method to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and drive innovation. But at the same time, it can translate to heftier home heating and electric bills. If those fracking fields were all up and running like they were a few years ago, there'd be a whole lot of natural gas. I mean, do you recall the time when we were flaring off incredible amounts of natural gas? We had so much we didn't know what to do with. And at the same time, we were talking about, more and more electricity generation. We're moving from coal to the cleaner burning natural gas. But I remember distinctively saying at the time, what happens when the supply and demand begin to get cattywampus? Obviously, the price of natural gas is going to go higher. What a vicious cycle. All right, Knucklebuster, what's happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. What was the name of that town you said the river was on the Mississippi River over in Arkansas?
Oh, what did it? Was it Osceola?
Osceola.
Osceola.
That's the way everybody down south pronounces it. I need to sit down with you sometime, teach you how to talk redneck.
Okay.
Reckon that might work? No, don't do that. I'm surprised that Hillbilly Texas, Nick Bride, hadn't corrected you on that there yet.
Yeah, right.
And don't believe anything you hear and half what you see. These are the same people that are trying to convince us that we got global warming. Well, where the hell's global warming at come Tuesday morning, right, when it's 31 down south there? I don't think so. But that article you said, the first one you read, that was their thought process, Steve. That's what they're thinking. I don't know. I don't believe anything they got to tell me. I don't know. And have we been to the moon? Well, I think we have, but I don't know that for 100% sure because I didn't go with them there, right?
Yeah.
If I'd have gone with them, then I'd have known 100% that we had been to the moon. Still, don't answer this question. I sent you that happy birthday text. Did you put some voodoo on you Saturday night, rather?
So yeah,
Don't answer that.
The voodoo, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't say it on the air. We'll get us all in trouble there, right? I read where one man had 325 classic cars they had an auction for out there in a field out there in Colorado, Steve. He had been well, if you ever seen the little kids movie Cars, you know who Tow Mater is. He was a tow mater, and he collected all them cars up there. One of them, he was hoping to fix them all up one day and sell them, but he found out real quick he couldn't do that much work at one time. So he said, I got to get rid of these things. Well, welcome to the SEC. Arkansas finally won a game by beating them Mormons. And then 52-35, and then, well, you've already talked about them Tennessee Vols beating Alabama 52-48. Well, guess what? Or 49 it might have been.
Yep.
I mean, they were dumbasses down there in Knoxville because they tore their own goalposts down, carried them out of the stadium, and then threw them in the damn river.
Is that in? Is that in Tennessee? I saw they tore. They took the goalpost down. They threw them in the river.
Yeah, they took it out of the stadium and threw it in the river.
Wow.
So I'd understand doing that at Tuscaloosa, but doing it at your own house, what a dumbass. Yeah, we'll give him a nomination. Well, welcome to the SEC. Oklahoma beat Kansas 52-42. Texas 24, Iowa 21. Ole Miss beat Auburn 48-24. Georgia beat Vanderbilt 55-0. And that's all from the SEC from this past weekend. There we'll see wherever. We already know Alabama's going to go down for losing that game. But Nick Sabane's got it right. You lose in October, but you win in November. So he'll be back up there in the playoff picture.
You think?
I always vote my pocketbook. If you don't vote your pocketbook, I mean, I give a damn what your ideology is, but if you're going to keep me in my pocketbook looking good, then that's fine with me there. Well, yeah. Jill got booed at an NFL game up there with them Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, I guess some people up there in Philadelphia don't like bad neither, right?
All right.
Right. And TB12, he couldn't even beat them Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday. So if he's gonna get that 8th Super Bowl ring, he better get to work on it. But I also found out he only wins the games when it comes to his division. He's at the top of the NFC South, or maybe the others just can't win one at all there. And I'm going to show them what a real truck driver looks like tonight, Steve, because they say the green light's on. So I'm going to go take a sightseeing tour out in the woods there. And y'all have a great morning. That's all of my bull on it for today, Steve.
All right. Yeah, it's, when you get, like halfway through the season, right? I pulled up the Tennessee schedule because, Tennessee jumps to number 3 after beating Alabama. Yeah, 52-49 was the final. So Alabama drops to number 6. So who's on the schedule to defeat Tennessee to potentially put Alabama back in the top 4 kind of thing? And I'm looking at the schedule here. You've got next week they take on Tennessee Martin. That should be an easy win, hands down. Then you've got October 29th, Tennessee versus Kentucky. They should handle that. Then comes, there's Georgia. Tennessee versus Georgia, November the 5th. Now, that's a game where there's a good likelihood. If Georgia continues, they won the game this past weekend, 55-0, whoever it was they played. Then the final three games of the season, Tennessee versus Missouri, Tennessee versus South Carolina, and Tennessee versus Vanderbilt. That Tennessee-Georgia game could be a big one, right? In November, of course. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday. Luna. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Well, I'm pretty sure you were excited about Tennessee taking down the Crimson Tide. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, hey, Dingbat, why don't you sing Rocky Top with me since you're a Gator fan? Since you cheered on our Vol Saturday, Oh, yeah, Steve. I tell you what, I got no nails left. That was a really good game. You can't really say nothing bad if you're the Crimson Tide. You just got outplayed. And, it's a loss. But you know what? You got to lose every now and then to make sure that you're actually a good team.
Yeah, so, I mean, I haven't seen or heard. I've seen a few, memes on Facebook where they're saying Alabama fans are all saying that it was the officiating that was bad. They called bad calls. Was it a good called game?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen on the highlights, because I just gotten in and I stayed up and I said, you know what, I want to watch the first half and then lay down and go to sleep. Because I just got in from the Little Rock run, and I said, about kickoff time, I said, no, I'm going to go to bed. And then Paula Dingbat here woke me up right at the 30 seconds till, and I'm like, wow, this was actually a good game. I should have stayed up for and watched. But somebody on Twitter did this, and they did the highlight reel with John Ward announcing, and John Ward was by far the best announcer ever. I mean, he could literally read you the phone book. You could picture the person standing there whose name he just read. He was really that good, and he passed away here about
5 or 6 years ago. One of the best announcers ever. Other than Vin Scully, Jack Buck, and a lot of those old timers. But
did we lose your brain dead? Hello?
no, I'm here.
Okay.
Had to go around a curve here. But all the old timers. You know, it was really great to, you know, turn the mute down on the sound and turn up the radio and listen to it. But all in all, Georgia's the one that I've circled on my book. It's going to be worse than a slobber knocker. It's going to be a war. And if the Vols played like they played today, it's going to be another close one in Athens. That's where they're playing at. So, but Kentucky, Kentucky's still a good team. They've taken down a couple good ones this year. All in all, let's get past Georgia and let's wrap up the season, Steve. I'm ready for playoffs.
Okay. Well, I got 6 weeks to go, though.
Yeah, 6 weeks. By the way, if Gilligan calls you, you might want to ask him about his new business adventure with that GMAB Enterprises.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, you know. I mean, something I would never expect out of Gilligan. I mean, Steve, we may have to throw him off the island, like with Marianne or Ginger or one of them two. So, but anyway, I'm about to the house here. I'm gonna get off here, and me and Dingbat are gonna sing Rocky Top all night. So if you hear any loud noises from China and the dogs howling, don't be alarmed.
Gotcha. All right. Well, congratulations on your Vols and the big victory over the weekend. Yeah, enjoy it while you got it. Things change from 1 week to the next. All right, news break just around the corner here. Got our final hour. Wow, final hour just ahead here. We've got wide open lines for the first time this morning. Clear lines at 844-3388. So jump on in. A couple of other industry headlines we'll get to when we come back. Interesting, all the latest and greatest on a Monday morning here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, somebody hit it. Let's take care of this. Our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Week number 5 gets underway of a 6-week contest. Your chance to win $1,000 in cold hard cash. Here's our second keyword here on a Monday morning. Your keyword is splurge. If you win $1,000, what are you gonna splurge on? SPLURGE, splurge is your keyword. There you go. Keyword number, go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. Now, for additional keywords, stick around, tncradio.live, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time, all work week long. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Splurge. Hey, coming up 5 o'clock this morning, about an hour from now, via tncradio.live. All new programming available on the website and or the app. First up, it'll be Sunday evening's House of the Driver, where they'll spend 2 hours talking about dragons and football. From the University of Tennessee to some of the shocking losses in the NFL on Sunday to the shocking deaths on House of the Dragon. Got you covered this morning. Then starting at 7 a.m. this morning, it's Stan Campbell with great country music, trucking industry news, and a few laughs along the way on the Truckers Radio Show. tncradio.live.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. It was a busy week in Washington as the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol has voted to subpoena former President Trump, who responded with an angry 14-page letter. Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who also serves on the January 6th committee, appeared on This Week with George Stephanopoulos to discuss the subpoena and what happens if Trump does not come in for it.
Because of the committee only being able to exist till the end of this congressional year, we're at a bit of a time limit here. And look, if he's made it clear he has nothing to hide is what he says. So he should come in on the day we ask him to come into. If he pushes off beyond that, we'll figure out what to do next.
While Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock fights to retain his seat and keep the chamber's narrow majority, Georgia's other Democratic Senator, John Ossoff, headed up to UNC Chapel Hill to sway North Carolina voters to choose Sherry Beasley. Beasley and Republican Ted Budd both want the seat soon to be vacated by retiring Senator Richard Burr. He decided 17 years was enough for him. Ossoff explaining to the gathering on the college campus a Democratic majority is necessary following the recent Supreme Court reversal of Roe v. Wade to keep abortion access legal.
We're doing this today not to keep score between D's and R's, but because women are dying and suffering grievously in childbirth, and we can make a difference.
Kroger announced Friday that it plans to buy Albertsons in a nearly $25 billion deal that could change the U.S. retail industry and impact how millions of customers buy their groceries. The deal, which is expected to close in 2024, would combine two of the largest supermarket chains in the country and create one of its largest private employers. The two companies have a combined 710,000 workers, most of them unionized in an industry with low union rates. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Democratic candidates outraged their Republican opponents in 10 of the most competitive Senate races as the midterm campaigns headed into the final stretch before Election Day. New fundraising reports filed with the Federal Election Commission are showing more than $175 million flowed into the campaigns of Democratic Senate candidates across those races in the third quarter ended September 30th, according to reports filed over the weekend. That compares to nearly $77 million for opposing Republican campaigns. As more Americans go back to work after the global pandemic, a lot of families are struggling to find affordable child care. University of Michigan professor and former Labor Department chief economist Betsy Stevenson stopped by Face the Nation Sunday to discuss.
We have fewer people working in child care. But we got parents, on the other hand, who can't really afford to pay more for child care because they couldn't afford to pay for child care before we had inflation. And that brings us back to needing a government solution.
George Clooney spills the beans on why he thinks actors get too much credit and what drove him to start producing, writing, and directing films.
I think sometimes actors get too much credit for things, and I can prove it to you because it's script and director. That's all it is. It really is. I've been, I was kind of hailed as the worst Batman in the history of time. Fair enough, I was. The next film I did was Out of Sight, which is probably the best reviewed film I've ever done. And I'm good in it because the film is good.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Suspense. The Shadow Knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, there we go. Get our final hour underway on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Industry headlines from Landline. Are you out there taking advantage of the personal conveyance provision? Well, how much time can you? How many hours? How many miles? Obviously, there are some that probably do take advantage. The FMCSA has denied the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance's petition to add a maximum distance or time to that personal conveyance provision. You know, CVSA requested changes to the provision earlier this year. And apparently the FMCSA has formally denied the petition. Personal conveyance, as you well know, is the movement of a commercial motor vehicle for personal use while off duty. The FMCSA has issued guidance for claiming the use of the provision in recording hours of service. A driver may record time operating a commercial motor vehicle for personal conveyance, i.e., for personal use or reasons, as off-duty only when the driver is relieved from work and all responsibility for performing work by the motor carrier. The CMV may be used for personal conveyance even if it is laden, since the load is not transported for the commercial benefit of the carrier at that time. Personal conveyance does not reduce a driver's or motor carrier's responsibility to operate a commercial vehicle safely. Motor carriers can establish personal conveyance limitations either within the scope of or more restrictive than this guidance, such as banning use of a commercial vehicle for personal conveyance purposes, imposing a distance limitation on personal conveyance, or prohibiting personal conveyance while the vehicle is laden. So really it comes down to the company that can make that decision. But in the petition earlier this year, the CVSA asked the FMCSA to add a definition of personal conveyance to the regulation and to remove all interpretive guidance. The CVSA says the guidance is incomplete because it does not provide a maximum distance and or time a driver can travel under the provision. That adversely affects safety, allowing drivers to utilize personal conveyance to legally drive many hours beyond the hours limits, and by making it difficult for inspectors to identify the misuse of the provision. Now, they also made that same petition in December of 2018, and the FMCSA also denied that provision in September of 2020. While we acknowledge the CVSA's concerns, we do not believe there's a sufficient safety basis for initiating a rulemaking. That was what the FMCSA said in 2020. We're unable to estimate the extent to which drivers may be circumventing the hours requirements by claiming personal conveyance status or to the extent to which drivers' violations result in safety-critical events. But almost sounds like they don't want to be bothered with it. Bigger fish to fry, maybe. Things like a speed limiter, which that's, if you missed it last week, they said that a speed limiter official notice of proposed rulemaking is expected to come down in June of next year. Still haven't made a determination as to what the speed limiter number is going to be, 63, 65, 68. Who knows, but we'll find out in time. It's a coming. Who we got on board? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. This is JR.
Well, hello, JR.
Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. You were talking about these proposed rules they're coming up with. You know, the sad part about this whole situation is they do not have enough manpower to cover all these little angles and of the law. Mm-hmm. And it seems like that dingbat that's in charge of, nice guy that's in charge of transportation keeps wanting to stick a pin in the cushion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Somebody ought to give that yahoo a dose of reality, because he has no clue what he's doing. Him and Biden are in about the same boat. But, like I say, they've been talking about these autonomous trucks and how they want to reinvent the wheel. Instead of doing something like that, why don't they do something to benefit the American driver? The fuel is going through the roof, and the wages stink driving a truck. And it's time we got somebody in there that actually gave a flying flip about this industry, instead of a bunch of gobbledygook politicians like we've been getting.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to get political on this show, but it's about time somebody get in that office that knows what a little bit about transportation, whether it be in the airline industry or the trucking industry or the shipping industry. But they always put some meatball from the Midwest in there who don't know Shazbot from Shazbot. And I kept that PG.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anytime, sir. But like I say, I've been watching different shows on YouTube and stuff like that. And like I say, it's ridiculous what these boneheads are coming up with, you know? And then they want us to all go to electric trucks. Oh, for the love of peanut butter. What a bunch of babbling, mouth-breathing morons. I mean, there's no... never mind. I'm not going to get my blood pressure and stoop to their level. But thank you for taking my call and letting me vent. Have a great morning.
Thank you for chiming in here on a Monday. Appreciate you being a part of the show, JR. Heading up on 14 past the hour. The rest of the story I mentioned earlier, the streets of Kensington. Yeah, report is, it was indeed San Francisco. A New York Post report over the weekend blaming years of woke progressive policies for turning San Francisco from what was a powerful American city into what is now an open-air drug market. Open drug use has been normalized to the point that there are blocks where the entire sidewalk is filled with people passed out or getting high. According to one San Francisco resident who's in recovery himself, there's not enough emphasis on creating access to treatment, he says. The mayor said during a press conference on October the 5th, the open-air drug dealing is destroying the city. People are angry with what they see and experience, the brazen drug use, the sales during broad daylight. We know what's at stake here. The sale of drugs on our streets, they're killing people. Now, the district attorney said during the press conference that the city has done some 1,700 drug overdose deaths since just 2020. We're committed to ending this current situation, blaming the previous progressive district attorney, who was actually recalled earlier this year for decriminalizing open drug use in the city. We are now seeing the results of that out on the streets every single day. We have to have consequences. The website Open Secrets reported in July that many large political donors poured $7 million in the effort to recall that former district attorney who ran for office in 2019 to end, quote, racial disparities and bring about criminal justice reform. That's the woke mentality of zero bail bond, letting the criminals back on the streets in the name of equalizing things. According to the city's data, some downtown areas are now battling vacancy rates of 40 to 50+%. We have experienced the nation's second largest population decline, down almost 6.5% from July of 2020 to July of 21. We're only behind New York City, which lost about 7% of their population. Yeah, people getting out of town. While San Francisco has seen an increase in jobs in the professional, scientific, technical service, growing between 10 and 20,000 new jobs, we've lost jobs in almost all the other industries. Government, manufacturing, construction, financial services, real estate, leisure and hospitality. We've shed 40,000 jobs. All right, if you've shed 40,000 in the time when you've added 10 to 20 on the other side, you've lost somewhere between 20 and 30,000 jobs in the city of San Francisco. And we will return into lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's our number on a Back to Work Monday. Hello, 5-7, take 2.
Hey, take it easy on Nancy Pelosi's supporters now. San Francisco.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey,
Yep,
hey,
Nancy's
get
district.
somehow. All right, just a little bit of funny here. You know, got a blonde. She's a young girl, just gets her car. Daddy gives her a car, gives her advice. So she goes down the road, and the car it's a little Honda. And of course, like women do, they don't put gas in the car. Runs the car out of gas. It just rolls to a stop. And she jumps out, pulls out these cardboard cutouts of these full-grown men, and they're naked except for they got trench coats on. And goes back and sits in the car. Well, meanwhile, they got a cop sitting there eating his lunch, hiding behind a billboard, you know. And he's thinking, no, I don't want to deal with stupidity today. I am not going to do it. So finally, he's seen cars slowing down and slamming the brakes on. He said, man, I better do it or I'll be writing up this accident report all afternoon. So he goes off 7, and he pulls up there, flips his lights on behind the young lady and walks up and said, ma'am, what are you doing? She goes, I'm doing exactly what my daddy told me. I said, well, what is that? She goes, car broke down, so the first thing he told me to do was set up my emergency flashers. So there it is.
There you go.
I got it. I got one anyway.
Everybody likes those
like
emergency flashers, right?
Yeah, there you go. It makes sense. Got to have a little bit of common sense. Never mind.
Yeah, a little bit of levity. Levity.
There you go. Hey, I've enjoyed the show tonight, buddy. You carry the whole thing, no problem at all. But we enjoyed the newer callers, and enjoyed the old timers calling in. And other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and wait for our next notification come Tuesday morning already. It's hard to believe it's already started the week.
Yeah.
The weekend went by quick for me. All right, this is 5-7. We down.
All right, thank you much. Have a good morning. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Rooster this morning, I believe it is. Hello, Rooster.
Good morning, Steve. How's it going this morning, man?
It's a Monday. You know the drill.
I do. I'm out here beating the ground myself this morning. I just want to make a comment there as to your little Pelosi story, and couldn't help laugh and chuckle. And I thought, well, that's kind of an odd story, seeing how they created their own monster out there. Now they don't know. Now they don't want to deal with it. So I say there's plenty of them California politicians got plenty of room back there. Some of them big yards they got, maybe they can help them out with cleaning that mess up. But
yeah, you can't forget we're talking where they've decriminalized the whole defecation in the street, right? You know, you're allowed to poop in the street.
Yeah.
I mean, all the things that the chickens begin to come home to roost.
That's it, my friend. I thought that was awful cute because, you know, they had to say, well, we just kind of let them be and just let everybody do their own thing. Well, y'all clean it up. Keep on doing your own thing here, I reckon. So, but anyhow, hey, I hope you had a good birthday this weekend, man.
Had a good weekend. I talked about it a little bit in the first hour, but man, it was a lot of food. I'll tell you what, it's good.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good deal. Well, I'm glad y'all enjoyed yourself. I'll holler back at y'all a little later on, maybe this week. I'm trying to get on over here into Charlotte this morning, man. It's been a long morning, but we'll get it wrapped up. Have you a good morning. I'll talk to you later this week, man.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Be safe out there. Have a good week. Yep. It was just spring of 22. What the heck happened? Yeah. I told you at the time when we hit that July 4 weekend, I said, 4th of July weekend, snap your fingers, blink your eye. Next thing you know, we're going to be talking wintry weather. Summer, just boom, gone. And now looking at a taste of winter. I can see lawsuits galore coming out of this. There's a significant radioactive contamination at an elementary school in suburban St. Louis, where nuclear weapons were produced during World War II, according to the report from the Environmental Investigation. The report by Boston Chemical Data Corporation confirming the fears about contamination at Jana Elementary School in the Hazelwood School District, raised by a previous Army Corps of Engineers study. This new report, though, based on samples taken in August from the school, according to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Boston Chemical didn't say who or what requested and funded this report. But the president of the PTA says, this is heartbreaking news. I've got a son in this school. You know, it sounds cliche, but it takes your breath away. How did this happen? Well, apparently the school sits in the floodplain of Coldwater Creek, which was contaminated by nuclear waste from weapons production during World War II. The waste was dumped at sites near the St. Louis Lambert International Airport, next to the creek that flows to the Missouri River. The Corps has been cleaning this up for more than 20 years, they say, the creek, that is. The Corps report also found contamination in the area, but at a much lower level. They didn't take any samples within 300 feet of the school, though. Yeah, the most recent report actually included samples taken from the school's library, kitchen, classrooms, playgrounds, and fields. Levels of the radioactive isotope lead-210, plutonium, radium, and other toxins were far in excess of what we had expected, according to the report. Dust samples taken inside the school were even found to be contaminated. Inhaling or ingesting these radioactive materials can cause significant injury. A significant remedial program will be required to bring conditions at the school in line, according to the report. So I'm thinking what they're going to have to probably shut this school down, right? You can't be putting kids in that atmosphere. And how many kids and how many years? And I wonder if kids that have gone to that school, however long it's been there, have come down with cancer and things of that nature. This new report, they say, is expected to be the big topic at the Hazelwood School Board meeting on Tuesday of this week. District said they're going to consult with their attorneys, determine what to do next. Yeah. Parents probably obviously saying, I'm not going to send my kid back into that school, into that atmosphere. Interesting report out of St. Louis. All right, we hit towards bottom of the hour news break here. Just some of what's going on in the news around the country as we roll into a Monday. Get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. In the days since Dane Patrick was fatally wounded while serving as a volunteer soldier in Ukraine, his sister has found moments of comfort in surprising places. First, a misplaced baseball cap discovered in her laundry room, then in a photo of a battered pickup truck with only one tire intact. The 34-year-old Idaho man died Tuesday from injuries sustained during a Russian attack in Luhansk. Callers who dialed 911 during a fatal North Carolina shooting rampage described encountering bodies on the streets or front yards of their neighborhood and along a trail popular with runners and bikers, according to newly released recordings. The 911 calls released late Friday by the Raleigh Police Department illustrate the chaos of the scene in which authorities said a 15-year-old boy began firing in a residential neighborhood and then on the walking trail, killing 5 and wounding 2 others. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, for our friends in the state of Wisconsin, the Department of Transportation has begun construction, multi-million-dollar project to add a virtual weigh station on US 12 and to rehab 2 I-94 weigh station facilities there. You know, they got to stay on top of these big trucks. The project involves the Hudson Safety and Weight Enforcement Facility, 5.5 miles east of Hudson off I-94, and the Menominee Safety and Weight Enforcement Facility, 5 miles east of Menominee off westbound 94. Yeah, both facilities, they say, have pretty much reached the end of their service lives and require major improvements. So again, the project is underway there in Wisconsin. Well, good morning to Kentucky Ken. Hey there, it's time to get the new week started.
Hey, yes, sir. Trucking down the interstate. Got all my stuff loaded up and pre-trip done and rolling down the road. Hey, looks like you had a wonderful birthday weekend, and plus you got some chores done getting the house all festive. So it was looking good.
You like that? Yeah. No, I got the wife a bunch of mums and put them out there, and now they're talking about a hard freeze. I don't know. You have a green thumb? Are mums good in a freeze, or do I need to bring them in?
No, not the freeze. They're not good, but they'll withstand a lot. That I do know. Yeah, that I do know. Yeah. Hey, I heard you mention on my way to the yard about Wisconsin. I'm going to Virginia, and then I'm going to get unloaded, and then I'm headed towards Wisconsin up at Eau Claire. How bad's it going to get up there?
You mean like how cold's it going to get?
No. I heard you say maybe that white fluffy stuff that flies usually in the later in the month.
Yeah.
I heard you said maybe some snow up there. Are they calling for some significant snow up there?
I mean, they're talking about the lake effect snows. The UP of Michigan may get a foot. And then the next couple of days, maybe further down toward the typical Erie, PA and whatnot, may get some lake effect. But
I'm not ready for all that drama yet.
No, me either.
No.
I mean, they've got frost advisories out for almost down to the Gulf Coast. I mean, it's way down there for tomorrow night.
Wow. Yeah, I bought a bunch of pellets. We use a pellet stove, and loaded up on those when I got in town and got that all situated. So yeah, we've been burning that for at least a week off and on. So tis the season, I guess. I'm just surely not. It just seems like the transition wasn't very long so far this year, but maybe we'll get a bounce back.
I mean, that's
what cut grass and
we got to get our shot of cold, and then we get the Indian summer thing typically, right? Late October, maybe.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. I've cut a little grass in November before, so hopefully we get another warm spell. I wore shorts this morning, and I got, of course, long pants with me, but I thought I refuse until November to put on long pants unless it really gets cold.
Yeah.
So it's just what it is. We got to deal with it. All right. Well, I'll be listening all week, and glad you had a great weekend, and everybody be safe on their travels.
And right back at you. Safe travels for you. Yeah, so here in the Ohio Valley, actually, we've got freeze warnings all the way down to southern Tennessee for Monday night, Tuesday morning, and that cold air continues sinking southward. Freeze watches now for Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. I mean, all the way down to Hattiesburg, Mississippi. They're talking overnight lows 28 to 32 degrees. Southeast Arkansas, northeast Louisiana, central and even into southern portions of Mississippi. Cold. Yeah, way too early to be that far into the deep south. It's only October 17th, for crying out loud. Hey there, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Stephen Summers. Well, I'm going to tell you something. It's only going to get down to 31 there at Memphis, but it's not going to stay 31 for long because it's just the temperature's going to rise back up to the lower 50s. So and it may not even get down to 31. It may not get up to 50 either. So I don't know. That's all just a speculated guess there, right? Well, let's get on with all this mess. I guess out there in California, they're making Cheech and Chong a reality, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, well, I remember them old movies. They used to sit up there and laugh at all that garbage. But anyway, it was funny back then. It ain't funny now, right?
Right.
You didn't get your eyebrows singed at Japanese steakhouse, did you?
I almost, yeah. Then when they got that big flame going, boy, when that wakes you up.
Yeah, absolutely there. So, my grandbabies, they love that stuff there. Well, I guess Horse Feathers, he can be going around singing George Strait's The Fireman now, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. Well, I want to, if you're through with Facebook, YouTube, the NFL, NASCAR, why do you even look at them anymore? Why do you even comment on them? Just be done with them. The moms, I Googled it for Bob Vila. He said they was okay until you had a hard freeze. I don't know how cold y'all going to get and stay down, up there in the frozen tundra. So, are you looking at getting real cold and staying that way?
I mean, not staying that way. I mean, what's 5-6 hours,
Yeah. To be on the soft side, take them in the house. It won't take that long. Put them in
there. We had a frost last week, and they were fine with that. But they're talking, freeze the next couple nights.
Oh yeah, I know that's right. Well, I'd save my investment. I'd put them in the house. When you come on tomorrow morning, bring Mama Sommers on there with you. That way we can all call in for the first hour or two and wish her a good, happy birthday.
Hey, okay, good luck with that. I'll see what I can do.
I know that's right. All right, well, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. It's almost quitting time, buddy.
Getting close. All right, thank you very much. I did a quick search myself. Yeah, it says here, but they don't respond well to frost and freeze. They'll usually weather the storm, leaf back out the following spring. Yeah, if they're planted in the ground, but pot mums are generally finished, it says. Mums won't be affected. They kind of like frost. They need a hard freeze, 28, 26 degrees, and that's what gets them. So I think we're going to be pretty close to that the next couple of nights. Have to be bringing the mums in. Fill up the secret bunker with mums, right? All right, so for what it's worth. Yeah, maybe that's why the garden center had mums knocked down. They had them down to like $5 a piece. They knocked them down 6 for $30. I got 6 for the. Now we already had a few. Little Avery was selling what they call their mumpkins. It's their annual fundraiser, but they're like $16.99 a piece. But they're raising money for the kids. So I thought, $5. I got the princess, a half dozen. Got my mom a half dozen mums. Had to bring them all in the house. All right, let's see. It's a rubber duck, I believe it is. Is that correct, rubber duck?
Happy birthday, Steve. It's me, Jeff.
Oh, hey, yeah.
It's actually sleeting up here in LaPorte at the bottom side of the big old dirty toilet bowl we call Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
At 41 degrees. We're not ready for this. Like you said, we are not ready for this at all. Your mom's and my corn. My corn's still growing. The corn that the squirrels have transplanted from the garden all over the yard. I have corn plants growing in every corner of the front yard.
Really?
Yeah, it's funny. Where did that come from? You can think about it. But we want to wish you and the missus a happy birthday. You had approached that sorry subject of speed governors earlier, and all I can say is, Mayor Buttigieg transportation secretary needs to just go sit in a construction zone. Just sit in a construction zone with a piece of paper and this box of crayons, one for each color of all the mega carriers, and check off who's speeding. And then just use the color purple for us independent guys that are not speeding. Let's do the math on that. But anyway, I know it's the loneliest hour of the radio. You got 15 minutes left. You're out of here, right?
That would be correct. Yes, you are correct.
I'm spending 15 minutes trying to find coveralls, stocking hats, long johns, and all my winter gear. Because I think it's going to be a little chilly today. They said it's going to be snowing, sleeting. Oh, here it comes again. It's, oh, yeah, that's a snowflake.
Uh-oh.
And not one that voted for, the other guy. A true snowflake.
Wow.
Oh, here we go. All right, y'all. Happy Halloween.
All right. Yeah. Are the kids going to be trick-or-treating with the long johns on under their Halloween costumes this year? That'll be the debate. Now, obviously, in some parts of the country, they will. It's always the case. But yeah, we're in that zone. You just don't know from one year to the next. I recall as a kid actually having the long johns under my costume. But, when you're a kid, you're a diehard. You got to go out there and get that free candy. I remember trick-or-treating with snow and sleet. Then, the next year, it may be 55, 60 degrees on trick-or-treat eve. Got a couple weeks before that time arrives, though. Too early to predict. But seems like we're getting an awful early start on the cold stuff. We will return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, by the way, Hot Shot Secrets started a sale yesterday. They got 10% off all their bundle packages, all the bundle deals, till I believe it's the 19th. So this is Monday, 70. So now through Wednesday of this week. Now, so 10% off. Now get an additional 10% off, of course, using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Stack up on all those deals. 10%, 20%, 30%, all the bundle packs. Yeah, stock up on your Hot Shot Secret. And if you weren't with us, Chris Gabrelchik joined us Thursday morning rather than Friday morning last week. I know there was a few that tuned in Friday morning thinking he was going to be on because he was slated to be on, but he had a prior engagement he had to attend. So he came on Thursday morning. But yeah, talking about the brand new product, the everyday diesel treatment with winter rescue. So it's pretty much, in years gone by, you would use your everyday diesel treatment like you've always done any time of year. But in the winter months, you would add your anti-gel component as well. So you'd have two different products. They've rolled that all into one simple bottle. So that'll be your everyday diesel treatment and then your winter anti-gel. Yeah, depending on the treat volume, it'll be on the label there. You can treat with 2 ounces per however many gallons to take you down to 0 degrees. And you can double the treatment to take you to 40 below. So it's the everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense, as it's called. That's the new product. Really a 7-in-1 anti-gel fuel booster. It's got the cetane, all that stuff in there, all combined in the one. The LX4 lubricity additive as well, all for the fuel system. Check it out. Available. It is showing up. You may find it on the shelf at some of the Pilot Flying J truck stops and travel centers, but it's available for shipment right now at hotshotsecret.com. There you go. Brand new product. Hey, good morning, Scarecrow. So how much snow did you find on your lawn when you got home there Friday?
The weekend was so full of nothing. I can't remember any details about Friday morning. I don't know. I don't think there were some flurries in the air at some point over the weekend, but no, we never had temperatures really. I don't think it dipped down into the freezing, over the weekend, but no, the mums, they got sheets over them as we speak. Our forecast was 25, for this morning, so I haven't checked the local weather up our way yet. So, but yeah, it's here. Although I told my bud, you better not have put your bike away yet, because our forecast for next weekend is about 70, both Saturday and Sunday. So it just might have to be a scooter ride thrown into the mix there.
I did see that they're talking. We're going to warm up again. Toward the end of the week, I think they're showing a high like 70 for Friday, 70 to 75 Saturday next week. So it's not like the cold's going to be here forever.
Well, no, more often than not, we usually get a warm snap, to break the reality, But yeah, there's been those years too where we've had snow before Halloween and it never disappears until April. So I guess you take it the way it comes there. Thinking about the squirrels planting the corn there, they specialize in transplanting walnuts up at our place.
Oh yeah.
Shucks, I've bent over backwards, Steve, trying to start walnut and hickory trees from scratch, and even cover them with mesh and whatnot to keep the squirrels away. Well, crab's sake, you walk around the property, there's walnuts sprouting up from Mother Nature all over the place. So, yeah, no, the squirrels, they do a darn good job of that. And then, cold weather trick-or-treating growing up, that sucked. We never really had much for costumes. You just had that cheesy plastic mask with a skinny little round elastic piece.
That's what we had. Yeah, and Casper the friendly ghost, or you had your Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse, and those little plastic masks. Yep.
The usual clown thing or whatever. Well, whoever heard of a clown wearing a heavy winter coat trick or treat, right? Oh well, but Mama always knew best, But we had a little get together over the weekend. My bride's stepmom, it was her 90th birthday. We gathered at a local winery. My boy's stepbrother, he has a 3-piece band. They were performing there, and But apparently 3 years older, stepmom, she's wised up a little bit. We got pictures of her 87th birthday, which was down in Florida with her her daughter. And yeah, we got a picture of her dancing on one of them little bistro tables, 87 years old. But no, she stayed ground level this time. But anyway, we went out with my wife's sister then for dinner afterwards, Saturday evening. I don't know how it came up. It's just started talking about the Mississippi River. Now, if you haven't opened it yet, I sent you a couple pictures that one of the sisters had forwarded to me. Last week we were talking about the tough times down to the south and whatnot,
Yes.
and touched on the origins of the river up to the north end.
I got
And,
that. That was
one of the-
pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
That third picture there, where I guess that's where she was actually able to walk across, right?
Yeah. There's those stones. They're basically placed there as stepping stones. For it's quite an attraction. Way up to the north there. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. What did it say? I think the article, or she said it's like about 45 gallons a minute flow at that point, which is about 6 cubic feet. Getting down to the deep south down there, man, they're measuring hundreds of thousands of cubic feet, per second and whatnot. So yeah, the rivers up and down, the tributaries up and down the river certainly do a number there. So yeah, it's all very intriguing. I see the clock's ticking here. So one more thing. 1 billion light years, huh? 1 billion point some light years.
2.4 billion to be exact.
Yeah. Okay. Is there somebody out there with a yardstick that that verifies that? I mean,
Correct.
who's to say they're not off by 100 million light years? To me, I could look up there and, well, if that's 10 light years away, what's 100,000 light years? And on and on. So just because you got a PhD, ABC 123 behind your name, now I'm not a naysayer. I'm not gonna, we've got a hillbilly to cover all that. I'm just bringing up for conversation. You hear me? So that's all I got.
Like I said, what's 100 million years here or there in light years? When we're talking billions, All right. Thank you much. Scarecrow, you get to wrap it up for us here on a Monday morning. Thanks to all for participating, and I'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll do it all over again. Next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.